Anti-disestablishmentarianism. Anti-disestablishmentarianism. Okay, so we had to do a workaround here. Let's make sure this is running. Anti-disestablishmentarianism. Excellent. So, okay, just gonna copy this. And share this link with everybody. Okay. Hopefully everyone will be able to see that. I'm going to publish the correct link to Tumblr now. Now I understand why the beginning of most live streams are usually pretty boring, because it's all sorting out the ridiculous technical stuff. Okay, let's get rid of the faulty link and make a new one that's correct. Anyone here yet? Estelle or anybody? Not seeing it. Let's find out. Post the link. Seems like there are still some people waiting on the other live stream. Somebody found this one. Or it might be me. Oh dear. I'm gonna be really sad if this doesn't actually work out. Well, somebody else found this one. Okay, that's good. Yeah, please let me know in the chat if you're here and if you can see this. Well, I'm getting it on both my phone and my laptop, so that's good. All right, I guess I'll just start and we'll see what happens. Mm-hmm. 4 people, great. Hello. Let's see. What do I want to do? I want to do this one. So yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. Having a good Sunday. I'm sorry if I sound a little under the weather. I'm kind of fighting a little bit of sinus pressure, and it's trying to turn into a headache. It'll be alright. Line thickness is a bit too much, I think. Oh, thank you. Tier Easy, Estelle. Excellent. Glad to hear this is working. Yeah, I've never done a live stream before. I've seen people do live streams. I've watched a lot of streamers, but I've never done it myself. And this is the first app that I could find that actually would broadcast. First of all, that was free and would broadcast my stream, my screen directly to YouTube. And didn't require me to already have 1,000 subscribers, which I don't have because I never use my YouTube channel for anything. So yeah, you'll have to pardon the watermark up there, but I am happy to have it there because if you're gonna screen record a tablet or a phone or anything like that for free. Hi, Meg! Hi, Meg! Oh, man, I thought you would be able to make it. It's so good to see you. Yay! But yeah, as I was saying, if you want to broadcast a mobile screen for free to YouTube and you don't have 1,000 subscribers, the Stream Champ thing is the way to go. I've got a few minutes of delay, and so I'm just seeing the replies kind of come a little bit delayed. I just saw your second hi. She said, sorry, I couldn't get the chat open on my phone. I had to rush for my computer. Yeah, I've had such technical difficulties getting this to work. Like, we're in the same boat right now. Oh no! Ordinarily I'd be at choir practice, but alas, I have a cold. Oh no! What a shame you have a cold. And you just have to stay home and join this live stream. Longolus, yes. I picked this one because it makes me laugh every single time I see it. uh, this was a wild post. Absolutely cracks me up. Because it was that post talking about how, yeah, elves can see really far, but also how do they overcome the curvature of the earth? Like, sure, they're standing on top of a hill and all that, but at the same time, like, the earth curves, so at some point, what you're looking at on the horizon is going to be hidden behind the horizon. And so what? Do elves just have, like, their eyes on stalks, like snails, or do they have, well, my first suggestion is that Legolas's ponytail turns into a helicopter blades and, like, lifts him up into the air. But then somebody suggested a really, really, really long neck. And, yeah. It still cracks me up. No regrets indeed. There are some things that I've drawn and I thought, that could have been better. I could have executed that better, but no, I am still very proud of this one. It is so blurst. Zara, hi! Oh, my friends are here. I love your profile pic, Sarah. Elves ignore the curvature of the earth, canonically literal flat earthers. Yeah, that's what I heard. That, like, the earth isn't curved for them. That's why they are the only ones who can sail to Valinor. But also, it's funny. I don't know if you've seen this particular picture in its entirety, Zara. Oh, it's so blurst. Estelle said, Meg, your priorities are admirable. No, but listen, she didn't have a choice, right? She didn't choose to have a cold. It's like, oh, woe is me. Guess I'll just have to do this thing that I wanted to do anyway. Yeah, the lag is a little bit bad. I mean, it's only a couple seconds, right? It's maybe half a minute at most. And so it's not exactly like chatting with someone in real life, but it's a little bit like having a laggy Skype or FaceTime call. It's not that bad. It only takes a couple seconds for you guys to catch up. Morgan Bendorf, hello. Yeah, I'm really sorry about the technical difficulties. Again, this is my first time doing this live stream, and I actually, of all the things I tested, what I didn't test was like connecting to a scheduled stream, like scheduling a stream ahead of time and then connecting to it using this app. And yeah, it didn't work. It didn't work. So hopefully everyone finds this link instead. Cold came with good timing. Absolutely. You wouldn't normally thank God for giving you a cold, but in this one particular instance. All right. Well, what do you guys want to talk about? We got a good little crowd here. Kind of open to chatting about anything besides the technical difficulty surrounding this. I've been thinking about things I wanted to talk about on this live stream like all week. And even before then, because I knew that this was going to happen. Like I was going to hit 1,000 followers eventually. So I thought, oh, what can I talk about? And I have just completely blanked now. Maria McDonald, hello, welcome. I was going to do this whole thing. It was like, welcome and well met, Melanine, and all that sort of thing. And then we had the technical difficulties, and I was too puzzled for any theatrics. Oh, Maria says her dad is watching too. Hello, Maria's dad. I am the random strange person on the internet who draws silly Lord of the Rings things. Our star shines on the hour of our live stream. That's awesome, Meg. I wish I'd thought of that. Why y'all gotta be funnier than I am? I'm not actually mad. It's great. It's so awesome to be surrounded by people who are just so clever and smart and come up with these amazing jokes. Maggie, hi! Jess, hello? Wait a second. Is that the Jess I think? If you're who you think you are, I'm not allowed to say our connection to each other, but it is awesome to have you here. Hi. Don't stay up too late. Zara says she's helping her little brother make biscuits at the moment. That's awesome. I haven't read Conspiracy of Kings, Meg. What is that? Boundine? I think that's how. Boundine? Boundine? Hello? Nerdy Catfish! Ah, that makes sense! Hi! It's so good to see you! Oh, Morgan is Heckin' Music Dork. Hi! Fourth book in the Queen's Thief series by Megan Whalen Turner. Second time reading it, catching so much more. Cool. Might have to look into that. It is the Jess, I think. Dude, that is so cool. It's good to have you. Who's my favorite character to draw? Oh, man. Oh, man. I don't know. So many of them are so much fun, and, like, the designs that I've made for them just makes it, all of them, really fun to draw. That's a difficult question, man. I liked, I really liked the design that I came up with for Glorfindel, like the enormous poofy hair. That was just insanity, and it was a lot of fun to do. Like, utterly ridiculous amounts of hair. That was fun. But, you know, I like seeing all of them come together. I know some of them give me more trouble than others, for sure. But it's hard to say who's my favorite. It's a really good question. Glorfindel's hair, my beloved. Indeed. I mean, it's the reason that he died in the first place, right? So that's got to be some magnificent locks to make up for it. Looking forward to seeing more characters in full line art and color from your AU. Me too, man. This is honestly a dream come true. Like, I've looked at digital artists for a long time and gone, man, I wish I could do that. And now I kind of can. Tapatika says, hi, I've been following you for a while on Tumblr. I'm not really used to interacting with other people on the internet, and basically don't post anything anywhere, but I thought I'd write something here. Well, thank you. That's pretty much me as well. I'm a bit of a lurker. And I really appreciate you being here. May I ask what you're drawing? You may indeed. Maggie, it's this old doodle. I thought I'd start out with something funny and simple to get the ball rolling. Oh, heck yeah! You're so right. Like, the Pippin, the Pippins on Freckles, goodness gracious. The Freckles on Pippin. I'm so glad I made that design choice. It just suits him so well. And just being able to deck him in freckles. Heckin' Music Dork has seen the Giraffalus. Giraffe Legolas. This is my old design for Aragorn. I almost wonder if I shouldn't, like, update it, but it's kind of nostalgic. Yeah, I draw Gimli really, really small. Like, I should draw him a little bit bigger than the Hobbits, but I don't know, he just ends up Hobbit-sized every single time. Or maybe it's just that Legolas and Aragorn are really tall, and so he looks tiny in comparison. Who knows? Yeah, Gimli is literally a dwarf, so it makes sense that he would be small, yeah. Heck, Music Dork says, I don't know, maybe he's short even by dwarf standards. Maybe. That's the thing about Lord of the Rings. The characters are barely described. There's a little bit of physical description given to them when it's important, but otherwise, nothing. So you can kind of do whatever you want. I do want to get better at drawing beards, though, especially if I'm going to be doing Bilbo with glasses, this blog, but with The Hobbit. There's going to be a lot of beards there. Meg says, sometimes I forget that y'all can hear me coughing and quote-unquote disturbing the live stream. That is one nice thing about this. Yeah, it's... it's not a Zoom call. There's only one source of audio. Tier Easy says, grabbing snacks. Anyone want anything? I actually brought a banana. Just in case I needed a snack while we were streaming. Yeah, anybody want snacks? The offer's out there. I would have gotten some grapes, but we finished the grapes yesterday, so a banana it is. Have I read the Silmarillion? I have not, and I don't intend to. I've heard enough, like, I've seen enough about it online, and my good friend Red Boots and Dorioth is a really, really big fan of the Silmarillion, and I've heard enough about the Silmarillion from Red Boots to know it's, like, it's probably not up my alley. I need the hobbits and the hurt comfort and all that stuff to get through the adventure segments. So I know about it, you know, through talking to friends and through pop culture osmosis, and I have enough to make passing reference to things that happen in the Silmarillion, but I'm probably not going to read it. Ooh, soup. I love soup. Hobbits are honestly so good. Like, they are the ultimate everyman. They're amazing. On the topic of soup, though, we always go out to dinner, or at least get takeout on Sunday, for dinner on Sundays. And one of the things that's on our rotation is Vietnamese chicken noodle soup, pho ga. And it's phenomenal. Phenomenal, if you will. If you want her comfort, that's what fanfiction is for. Well, yeah, that's why I got my start in fanfiction. But the thing about Lord of the Rings is that the hurt comfort is built into the story. Like, you get the whole Tower of Cirith Ungol thing, and Tolkien just sits there for half a chapter doing the comfort after the hurt. And once you get a story like that, like, there's no going back, man. Everything else pales in comparison. But hey, like, if the Silmarillion's your thing, all the better, right? You do plan on reading the film sometime? My soon-to-be brother-in-law has read it and loves it and want to be able to nerd out with him about it. Well, yeah, that's a good reason to do it then. I guess that's the thing. When I'm talking to Red Boots about the Silmarillion, Red Boots can just, like, fill me in on what we're talking about. Then I go, oh, okay. I have read Children of Húrin, and I'm scarred for life. Tolkien understands how comfort actually works, and it's gorgeous. Heck yeah, he does. Hobbits would be awesome to hug, because they're so round and squishy. I was rereading my LOTR fanfic from the days of my first height of obsession, 8th grade, and I cringed, but wow, I picked up on every phrase of hurt comfort from the book and exploited it. Oh, man. I feel that so much. Beren and Luthien. I gotta be honest, man. Like, romance isn't really my thing. And, again, I've heard from Red Boots, like, kind of what happens, and there's the talking dog and all that. And Finrod kills a werewolf with his teeth and then dies. That's about all I need to know, I think. Thanks for the recommendation, though. I don't know. I've got very particular tastes. But Finrod, okay, you make a compelling argument. The power of friendship? Yeah! Okay. Yeah, I've heard that Huan the Talking Dog is pretty cool. And the Beren and Luthien book is less of a complete story like Children of Húrin, and it's more of a following a story through its development. Yeah, I don't know. Again, haven't read it, can't speak to it, but based on what I know about what I like, it's kind of like, I think I'd kind of get bored of that eventually. But, I mean, if I could just read the Finrod scenes, then maybe that would work. In one of the earlier versions, there was a castle of talking cats. See, that's the thing. Why does Tolkien take out all of his most crazy, bat-crap, insane stuff? He could make it work. I'm sure he could. Have any of you read the fic Don't Look Back, Look Left? It's the funeral of Finrod, but, like, extremely comedic. Never heard of that before. I might have to look into that. Yeah, Estelle, let us know. Report back to the chat. Everybody likes the Castle of Talking Cats. I know people who have cats, and I've been around them long enough to know that they are some characters. If they could talk, the things they would say. Because dogs are just like, I love you, I love you, I love you. Can I have food? Scritches, pets, I love you. And then cats are like, we're just hanging out, but I'm going to need some me time. All right? Oh, yeah. Which That's a good question, Estelle. Which platform is that fanfic on, Meg? Council of Elrond site. You can try to publish the link. I don't know if it'll block it, but if it does, I'll try to push it through. Again, I don't know how to do this stuff, but I'll try. Oh, she's got it. Okay, great. All right, bye, Zara. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for saying hi. Morgan is now doing her best impression of a cat. Do you recommend some LTR fanfic writer? I'm waiting for the Hobbit hug, even if they don't exist. My friend, I don't know how I pronounce it. It's a made-up name, I think. Kyrie Stiona or Kyrie Stona 7 from fanfic.net. She wrote some Lord of the Rings fanfic. I haven't read any of it, honestly, because I was in my MCU phase at the time when I found her. But based on the stuff that she's written with Bucky and Steve, I think her fanfics would be pretty awesome to read. I recommend my own fanfic. Yeah, man! Why not? Do recommend your own fanfic, Meg. I've been so busy, like, making stuff that I haven't had a lot of time to check out what other people have done so far, except based on recommendations and things that people have sent to me. So, yeah, if you guys have found any other great content creators, absolutely. Name drop, like. The world needs to know. Well, someone just asked earlier who's my favorite character to draw, and the consensus was I have no idea. Because they're all fun. Glorfindel is probably my wackiest design. I was gonna say Baragond, but, like, that's just because I think he's cute, probably. And it's, like, nice to see him on the page because he's like, ha ha ha. There's my hubby, but anyway. Meg says, gotta go, might come back later. But I'll definitely watch the rest of the stream. All right. Thanks for being here, Meg. That was an awesome surprise. Have a good day. Love ya. Husband indeed. Okay. Line art's almost done. Sweet. Namare, yes. Let's go for that, I think. It's so sad we never get to meet his wife. She has to be awesome. You mean Baragond's wife? Yeah, absolutely. Man, the headcanons. The headcanons that I there's so much room for just headcanoning what she's like. How long have I been drawing? That's a good question. Pretty much since I could hold a pencil, honestly. When I was a kid, we weren't terribly well-to-do, and so, I mean, I had a lot of toys, but the ones that I liked the best were sheets of scrap paper, usually the backs of documents from my dad's office that he didn't need anymore. You just turn them around and there's a blank sheet of paper on the other side. And so we would use that scratch paper and just pencils and crayons and stuff lying around. And I would just draw for fun. And I think that's the reason that, you know, I've just been self-taught for years. I used to go to an art class of, you know, some kind, but it wasn't this kind of art class. It wasn't, it didn't have anything to do with what I do now. Just stylized sort of artwork. It was about coloring and using color pencils and all those sorts of things that I never really caught on to. But yeah, I basically taught myself for years just because this is what I did for fun. Mrs. Baragon raised Burgill to be low-key rude to vertically challenged strangers, and I can respect that as a vertically challenged individual. That message was not where I thought that was going to be going, Estelle. Burgill just speaks his mind, man. Like, he's such a confident kid, and I think that actually does say good things about the way he was raised. And he's compassionate, too, is the thing. Like, you see that scene with Mary. Burgill's worried about his dad, too, but he takes the time to comfort Mary instead of, you know, he decides to be brave for both of them. And that's really awesome. I love Burgill so much. And there's also, you know, that scene where he, sees Faramir, you know, basically on his deathbed, and breaks down into tears. And you can interpret that however you want. Maybe he's just scared at seeing somebody who's that sick. But at the same time, you know, kid's got a soft heart. Morgan says, that's so awesome. I can relate. I was kind of the weird girl and kept to myself, and so I spent a lot of time drawing. Yep. Yeah. The whole point is the neck, Maggie. I'm gonna close the windows. It's getting a bit chilly in here. All right. What I really love about Burgill is the fact that Burgill is great proof that Tolkien actually had kids. That's exactly what I was getting to. Like, the way that he talks and the things he wants to talk about are so eminently, I am almost 10 years old. Like, you just know. Tolkien had a very specific kid in mind when he wrote that. Because that is what they want to talk about. Like, of course, he's using the higher, more lofty language that you know, that's a style in which LTR is written, but still, he's just a kid, and he's talking about things that kids want to talk about. Haven't filled in all these lines yet. What else is proof that Tolkien actually had kids is that time that, like, Pippin is talking to Gandalf, and he says, but, and then Gandalf interrupts, but what? I will only allow one but tonight. And it's like, that says I've had kids more than anything else does. When/why did you decide that Legolas would have a ponytail? I honestly don't know. It was sort of a spur-of-the-moment decision. The first time I drew him, which was unfortunately the post that went viral, was the one where he's sassing Gandalf on Caradhras. And that one, he had much... Okay, that's not the first time I drew him, actually. I drew him once earlier in the Lothlorien chapter. But in both of those, he had a much more generic design. And I remember I just wanted to do... That's not what I want. I wanted to do something different with them. Something that nobody had done before. And I thought, you know, well, I've never seen him with a ponytail. So I just did that. that was literally all the thought that went into it. Pip is such a teenager, and I'm 1000% here for it. He really is. Somebody else once said, like, Pippin is just here for sleep and food. Oh, man. What's that? Oh. Shoot. You ever draw stuff on the wrong layer? Ah. In your opinion, Legolas looks cute in a ponytail? Thank you. Again, with the Fig Tree AU designs, I figure, you know, just do stuff that's unique, do stuff that's fun. And it does make it really distinctive and enjoyable to draw. Pippin, teenager, Mary, college student, Sam, working adult, Frodo, midlife crisis. That's so accurate. That's so accurate. Ah. I need to stop doing this. And now I'm drawing it on that layer down there. I need to stop doing this. Okay, we're gonna get it right this time. We're gonna get it right. We're drawing on this layer. Okay? Are we good? I can see the chat. I have the chat open on my phone because I can't do it on my iPad here. And I can see it, like, ticking upwards as I'm going. Okay. Are we good? Is it going to do this properly now? Finally. Okay. What do we hear? Pippin is just here for sleep and food. I name a cat Pippin, and this couldn't be more accurate. Yep, that's cats. Also, drawing on the long layer is the worst. Yes, it is. What color is your Legolas's hair? Blonde. Because why not? Oh, my word. I love this. I love it so much. Oh, man. This is great. Where are we? So I feel like you've talked about this before, but what gave you the idea for the Frodo with glasses design? Basically, I just wanted to figure out something that would, like, distinguish him from, you know, Elijah Wood's Frodo in my head. And, I knew that Frodo's quite a bit of a nerd. And so, you know what nerds have? Glasses. And I figure as long as I'm doing this as an AU, I can do whatever I want. I can give him glasses if I want. It's not too far from... I like that color. You know, it's not too far from the sort of time period that Tolkien was writing, you know, using as inspiration. So yeah, literally the thought process was Frodo, nerd, glasses. And also nobody had ever done it before. uh, okay. Oh yeah, that's how you do that. Okay. I'm still trying to figure out this program. Pippin's journey is a classic coming of age. He bases his identity on who he's around, so his experience is about discovering himself and growing in diverse situations. I like that. I like that interpretation a lot. Nope, it's canon now. Yep. It is in my heart. I just got a message from Red Boots. Hang on. Just shoot a quick message off. There we go. I have glasses. I'm a nerd. So yeah. Yeah, I think you have... Maybe have it right? Yeah. I feel like this is a little bit too pale, but I don't know. I can switch that up later if I want. Let's go... Get something... green. It's good. Perfect. And all the way down. What gray do I want to use for the cloak? Merry already knows who he is and his place with his friends and culture, so his journey is about finding his place in the wider world, hence his need to prove himself how successfully he assimilates to the Rohirric culture. I like this analysis. Okay, that's the one problem with the color drop tool. It's when it activates the little menu in the corner. This is a great feature of Procreate, by the way. You just drag and drop the colors. And if I've done this right, like, if I have done digital art before, but I was doing it in the program GIMP, which is a free product. Procreate costs $12, or well, more like 13. And GIMP is all right, but I would not be able to do this. Because the way GIMP works is you draw a shape and then you can fill it in with that color. But the way Procreate works is you can make a layer and then you can make it the reference, right? And then when you do the color drop things on other layers, it's actually looking at this layer to see where, you know, the boundaries of the shape are, which is phenomenal. Get Procreate. It makes life easier. Oh, Maggie has to go. Bye, Maggie. Thanks for coming to hang out. It was awesome to have you here. And I really do mean that. Don't mind the voice crack. Still says Sam isn't really looking for anything and thus doesn't have a hero's journey or even change a lot. He doesn't change, he deepens and becomes better as who he already is. Which is ironic because he really is like one of the most heroic characters in the story. Morgan says, I use Krita once upon a time when I briefly tried digital art, but I never really got it. Yeah, I've never used that one in particular, but like, some drawing programs really have a learning curve. Honestly, it makes a lot of sense, especially when you, I'm just thinking about the hobbits and their journeys. Like, Frodo came away traumatized, and that's why he had to leave and go to Valinor. But Sam, like, just became more of who he already was, and so I think that's why he was able to just get back to life in the Shire and not, not feel out of place. Because he hadn't really, like, fundamentally, he hadn't really changed all that much. Used Krita just because it was free and got a cheap art tablet. Fair enough. Yeah, this tablet actually belongs to my dad. He said I could borrow it and just to try out Procreate. I might buy my own eventually if this arrangement doesn't work out. But in the meantime, it's working pretty well. So everybody say thanks to Lady Glass's dad for making this possible. Frodo was destroyed in a way the younger hobbits aren't. Yeah, that's really true. Part of that's his age, but I think it has more to do with the type of person he is. To me, it feels more like falling asleep again. Yeah. I really wanted to go back and just... Oops. I wanted to go back and think about that, that particular line a little bit more. I never really did. There's something really compelling about it, and I can't quite like put my finger on what it is. It's just really melancholy and sad. No, that's not what I wanted to... I'm still on this layer. Well, at least I figured that out. Windmill to the Stars! Hi, how are ya? Sam also picked up some wider experience in Elvishness, which he used to help heal the Shire, like with Galadriel's soil. His widening experience helped him to help heal the Shire. Yeah, for sure. And so he became him, but wiser and with more experience. You want the turquoise? Sure, why not? We'll go with that for now. What kind of tablet am I using? I honestly have no idea. I could go look into the settings, but then that's going to be like... You're going to see all the other stuff and the, like, personal information that's there. Let me text my dad and ask. What kind of tablet is this? Question mark. I'll let you know when he answers. The people want to know. There we go. Honestly, I feel like Legolas, this should be a little bit more green. That's a bit better. Yeah, let's go with that. Didn't Aragorn call him full wise as opposed to Samwise at one point towards the end? Did he? I don't recall. Is that... Well, that wouldn't be in the Grey Havens chapter. I would have to go back and check. That's probably before he leaves, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, because Sam has grown in wisdom at that point. Also naming his daughter Eleanor after an elvish flower. Yeah. Yeah, again, Sam comes to the end of the story, and he is still Sam, just with more knowledge of things that he never would have known about otherwise. Also, my dad texted back. He says, iPad mini 6th generation. If that helps you guys. Estelle goes on, which is such a sad thing to do. He sees terrible and beautiful things, and the thing he decides to keep alive in his own daughter is a tiny flower that carpets the larger forests of Lorien. That's beautiful. I love that. Aragorn said he should be called an elvish name meaning full-wise in the sort of epilogue published in Sauron Defeated. Oh, yeah. That's something, I finally bought that, and I read it while I was out in, while I was in Israel and Egypt, actually. And I haven't gotten around to, like, posting a review or anything. I should do that. Because it really is cute. The epilogue is so cute. Everyone saying hi to Windmill to the Stars. Awesome. Yeah, now that you say it, I'm starting to remember. It's like Sam and Eleanor were talking about the names that Aragorn used in his letter. Yeah, I think that's where he calls him Fullwise. And then Sam comments, which will let you know what the king thinks of your dad. Oh, I love him. Oh, just a second. I got a message from somebody on Tumblr. Okay. I love the epilogue. I'm glad it wasn't published with Lord of the Rings because it's completed as it is, but it's a lovely footnote. It really is. Like, as much as I would jokingly say, why isn't this in the book? There's so many endings in Return of the King already that it just feels better to end on that understated note. The well, I'm back. Which I haven't officially got to in this reread through. And I'm sure it's going to hit different when I do. People, I think I probably mentioned in my little chapter review or something like that, you'll see people complaining about how many endings there are in the Return of the King's movie. There's like a dozen endings. And it's like, yeah, but you should read the book. There's even more endings in the book. The last, 3 or 4 chapters. All endings. Scouring of the Shire is its own mini episode, and that it's... it's just another one of the endings. Tarva and I met in our travels in real life, and I discovered your blog through another mutual friend, Meg, whom I met in the Les Mis fandom on AO3. Yeah. Wow. Small world. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. Dealing with a lot of messages here. One of the best closing lines in literature, I think. I love how many endings there are because it shows that while they're always saying goodbye to things, nothing ever really ends. That's true. As we're getting closer to the book, I'm kind of thinking about Valinor and all that. And especially because I wrote the tea story. And Sam getting that cup of tea when he visits Frodo in Valinor. And just thinking about how, yeah, that the story just keeps going. Like, they'll get there. But then, who knows how long they live in Valinor until the story really ends. But it never does. It just keeps going on. Les Mis, the great joiner of ways. I actually haven't seen Les Mis in any in any real way. Like, I'm familiar with it, but I haven't seen it. Thanks for ripping your heart out. You're welcome. It was a delight to do it. Maybe I could use that color as my shadow color for this. That would be cool. Getting more messages. Ah, there we go. Treasure chest got it worked out. Lily the Valiant. Hi. Watching it with my little brothers once. My youngest brother tried to get up and leave, like right after the Eagles got Frodo and Sam. There's a great story in the, I think it's in, yeah, it would have been the behind the scenes, which that tells you how much of a nerd my family is, that we watch the behind the scenes just about as religiously as we watch the movies themselves. Oh boy, that's way too light. But I think some guy, I don't know who it was, came up to Elijah Wood after the movie, and he was like, "Did you die?" And Elijah Wood's like, "Yeah, I mean, I guess, Frodo went to Valinor, and so I guess it's sort of a death." And he's like, "Oh, I didn't get to that part." And it turns out it was in the middle of winter, right, when this was, when the movie was released. And he had gone out, like, right after the Eagles, and he had gone to go warm up the car for his family. So he completely missed that ending part. He completely missed all the getting back to the Shire and stuff like that. Hearts are overrated. Many respectable fans live just fine without them. More about Les Mis. I've seen the movie, and a cousin of mine had the audacity to see it without me as the tour came to a city near where I live, but it was right after I got to college for my second semester. Okay, my dad said that the guy that I'm referencing in the story is Jack Nicholson. If that means anything. It means nothing to me. If that means something to you guys, that's who the guy was. That's too red. What am I going to do for his skin tone? Because this is too light. So, he needs to be more tan. Getting there. No. Well, hi Red Boots, hi Tarva. Wait, it was Jack Nicholson. That's what my dad said. I'd heard the story, but I didn't know who it was. Yeah, according to my dad, that's who it was. And I did it on the wrong layer again. Goodness gracious. Ah! Wait, okay, what all am I missing? Okay, just his face. Okay, that's fine. But... oh yeah, and Legolas' stuff too. Gracious. Okay. The main thing I know about Jack Nicholson is the genie on Aladdin does an impression of him, and he played some Batman villain, I think. Gotcha. Yeah, again, I wouldn't know. He played the Joker in the Tim Burton Batman movies. What? No, that's not what I want. I feel like this is going to be a running joke now. Jack Nicholson! Okay, what if I undo reference and then select... nope. Can I not select by color here? Well, I've borked this, I think. If everyone had to pick a favorite Hobbit, who is it? For me, it's Merry. Which is a surprise to me, to be honest. Frodo used to be my favorite, and then when I started this reread through, I realized just like how similar I am to Merry. Back. Okay. Now is everything okay? Yeah, now we're good. Frodo and Merry. I left for a few minutes to get lunch. Now you're all talking about Jack Nicholson. Yeah, he watched Lord of the Rings, but he didn't watch it all the way to the end, and so he didn't know... he didn't know that Frodo lives. All of them don't make me choose. Mood. It's Pippin, Frodo or Sam. You're getting a good split in here, honestly. Can't pick my favorite child. Used to be Sam, leaning more toward Frodo recently, but I love them all so much. Mood. Science shows this, your favorite Hobbit, is more indicative of your personality than most psychological tests. A very prominent and infallible scientist. Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Def. Science doesn't lie. He mostly just looks like he has jaundice. Ah! it kind of works for the suntan look. Okay, I think I'm actually on board with this. And I'm doing it on the wrong layer again. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, guys. I'm sure this is all just riveting content. Wait, that was a good color. What? No. Okay, what are we doing here? What's going on? What is happening? Stop that. Why is that happening? Okay. I can never decide if I'm more like Sam or Frodo. Pippin is one of my 2 favorite Lord of the Rings characters, but Bilbo's my favorite Hobbit. Honestly. Wrong layer, Kronk? That's how I'm feeling right now. Wrong layer! Why do we even have that layer? We do need that layer, actually. You guys like my Yzma impression? It's one of the few impressions that I can reliably do. I'll turn him into a flea, a harmless little flea, and I'll put that flea in a box, and I'll put that box in another box, and I'll mail that box to myself, and when it arrives, I'll smash it with a hammer. Anyone who hasn't seen the Emperor's New Groove is very confused right now. Honestly, this is super cool to watch. I don't art, but my sister does, and she's learning this exact aspect. Yeah. Digital art's great. It's frustrating at times, but it's great. That was a pretty solid impression. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oops. The Belly is one of the best female characters in LOTR. She's really growing on me. Like, the fact that she just stood up to the ruffians like that. She's kind of a boss. A girl boss, if you will. She knows what she wants and she goes after it. I can't do a very good Kronk. Oh, right, the poison for Kuzco. The poison chosen specifically to kill Kuzco. Kuzco's poison. That poison? Yes, that poison. I guess that works. Aragorn looks very, very yellow. I'm not sure I like that. Take that down a little bit. Okay, yeah, we'll go with that. LOTR, but Gollum speaks in Kronk's voice. No! No! That is so cursed. Thanks, I hate it. Okay, valid, but I'll never forgive her for bullying Frodo when he was young. That's true. Like, you can respect someone without saying that what they did before was right. I quite like Ioreth from the Houses of Healing as far as minor female characters go. Also Rosie, of course. Heck yes. Could go a little bit darker on that one, really. Eorth is remarkable. Definitely another character Tolkien wrote with specific people in mind. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Has it been confirmed that he wrote Treebeard based off of C.S. Lewis? Because if so, that's magnificent. I relate to Bilbo's relative who borrowed books and never returned them, so Bilbo left him a bookshelf. That's the other great thing about Bilbo is his sass. Eorth is criminally underrated. Every time I visit Bag End and Lord of the Rings Online, it's a struggle when you see Lobelia standing there. That's funny. I keep hearing about Lord of the Rings Online. Is it supposed to be, like, in a specific time period, and that's why... I don't know what question exactly I'm trying to ask. Also, how are we all forgetting Treebeard? Good question. I never forget Treebeard. I don't know what all the rest of y'all are doing, but I never forget him. Grandpa Tree, my beloved. Heck yes. All about a king tree. Okay, this is definitely better. Do I want to leave? I think I want to leave his sleeves that kind of mint green. Nope. And in fact... Yeah, there we go. Okay, back to Aragorn. Bilbo left a mirror to young Baggins named Angelica, who was kind of vain, and I had a whole crisis about whether they named a girl Angelica implied that hobbits had some concept of angels. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Before I realized it's a plant named Angelica. Oh, no, okay, never mind. You just made me recreate your crisis for a second there until you said that. I remember when he was talking to Merry Pippin and literally thought they were young Entings for a minute. Isn't that sweet? I love Treebeard so much. I love King Tree. Treebeard scares me, but I trust him and that's why I love him. Come to think of it, that's like 86% of Tolkien's characters. Heck yeah! I really, really love that kind of character that is like powerful and you would be scared of them if they weren't so kind. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, I did. I actually wrote something about that. Because it reminds me a lot of, like, that's how God is, right? Should be terrifying. But he loves us, and so he's not. I mean, isn't Gandalf literally a god? Kind of like an archangel. I don't, Silmarillion people might have to tell me, but, it's like a minor servant of Eru, I think. How did I miss these messages from Tarba? Okay, Tolkien's biographer is the one that said Treebeard was based off of Luvis, based off of speech mannerisms, walking speed, and voice. Walking speed. think Gandalf and Chloe are the closest equivalent to angels. Yeah, pretty much. Whoopsie. Lord of the Rings Online is happening at the same time as the quest. You meet up with the Fellowship at points, but most of the time you're doing things to further the effort for the side of good. Okay. The scene where Tolkien describes Treebeard's eyes is so unsettling and mesmerizing, and it's one of the scenes that stuck with me. Heck yeah. Actually, now that you mention that, I have this right here. So that I can color it, but I don't know how soon that's going to happen. But yes, I love Treebeard. He's the epitome of the quote, "The only thing a wise man fears is the anger of a gentle man," for sure. I think it's a scene that prompted you to write the Nature of God meta, actually. Treebeard's eyes. Don't recall that. The Maiar are like angels. The Valar are like archangels. Archangels? More or less, says Tarva. Trust Tarva. Tarva knows the Silmarillion. But I think the hobbits were mostly unaware of all this, so they just named this girl after a plant whose Westron name probably had nothing to do with angels, which Tolkien translated. Yeah. Isn't it funny that he goes through all of this effort? That's the wrong layer. He goes through all of this effort to try to explain, no, listen, you guys. I'm totally just interpreting these ancient texts and westernizing them so that they're easier to understand. Totally, guys, just trust me. Trust me on this. Trust me, bro. LOTR Online also has a quest, I think, where you see Thorin off on his journey too, but I forget where that is exactly. That's neat. There's evidence to support that he was originally the same kind of being as both Balrogs and Sauron himself, which is terrifying and very cool. Yep. Yeah, whatever Gandalf was before he was a wizard is the same thing that the Balrogs were before they became corrupted, and Sauron was before he decided to do Sauron things. Gandalf was a fire Maya because he became a dream/people Maya. Before he became a dream/people Maya. But yeah, he does receive the Ring of Fire from Círdan, the elf at the Grey Havens, right? Also, I just noticed, I missed, also speaking of underrated faves, Beorn from The Hobbit. Everyone says, heck yes, Beorn. Hedged his constant association with fire and his Ring of Power. Yep. For sure. Talking about so many different things at once now. Which is good. Gandalf is still a Maya, just contained with a physical body with limited power. That makes sense. The part where he calls Bilbo Little Bunny had me rolling every time. I am so looking forward to doing the Bilbo with glasses, because then I'll be able to understand all of these Hobbit in-jokes. However, the movie did him dirty. Yeah, that happens. That's what happens with movies, right? Okay, this looks so much better. Great. Got this rolling now. So again, I have not read... If I have read The Hobbit, then it was a long, long time ago, and I don't remember any of it. So, Tarva, Morgan, anybody else who wants to weigh in? When I do, when I do finally do Frodo with, not Frodo with glasses, Bilbo with glasses, and I make my own designs for the characters, should Beorn have a dad bod? Should we give him the Baragon treatment? What do y'all think? There we go, I kind of like that. Just waiting for the chat delay to catch up. Beorn, my beloved, that's how you write a morally great character. He abides by his own code, kills and tortures orcs, works in his cruel and unfair ways, and would have killed the company in bear form. Yeah, that's why he encourages Bilbo and Frodo out of pity and mercy on Gollum, etc. Yes, how could he not? Okay, I think that's the first Beorn, dad bod Beorn. Shows you what kind of delay we're working with here. We also have the deep Gandalf lore going on in the chat. Beorn always struck me as a bit thick. Not chubby, but definitely built broad. Yeah. I think Beorn works out. How about, like, those, like, power lifters? You know, the guys who are, like, 400 pounds of solid muscle, and they look like they have a dad bod, but they actually don't. Because it's just their abdominal muscles are so... The guy has a physique of a cinder block. That's a good point. But, like, you know, the ones that, like, their abdominal muscles are so worked out that it's like a solid... You know what I'm talking about. I can't think. I'm getting distracted. But we can also have a bit of belly as a treat. See? That might be a bit much, but I'll scale back on it if need be. He lives on honey, power food. For sure. I would go check my Silmarillion, but I'm trapped under my cat. Mood. Tarver doesn't know anything about that, now do you? Powerlifter Beorn is canon as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. We'll go with that one. We will go with that then. did I screw up? Oh, I see. Okay. My older brother is super strong, but also has some chub. You don't have to be chiseled to be strong. Yeah, that's true. And in fact, if you are chiseled, like if you have the bodybuilder look, then normally you actually aren't very strong. You're like dehydrated. And that's the way they get that really, like those really, really striking contours. Cat. Kitty cat. And I dance, and I dance. Cat. I'm a kitty cat. And a meow, 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 and a meow, meow, meow. Cat. I'm a kitty cat. I dance, and I dance. Now that I'm thinking of the color scheme of this, I'm afraid that Aragorn's going to end up looking like he's from the cast of Hamilton when I'm done with all the colors here. Just because of the color scheme that I chose for all these things. Oh, that's fine. No, now it's going to be stuck in my head now. Suffer. Suffer. Like in movies when actors are shirtless, they haven't drank water in 2 or 3 days, I think. Yeah. And honestly, we could go down a whole rabbit hole with that. It's like, dang. What do I want to do for his boots? Continuing to get the Gandalf deep lore in the chat. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Cool. Sick. All right. On to Gimli. Aragorn Striderton something. If you could live anywhere in Middle-earth, where would it be? Easy! The Shire! I mean, fresh air. Eat a bunch of food all the time. Get to hang out with hobbits. Do I like that color for his beard? Girl, I just want to be a hobbit. Same. I mean, like Tolkien said, I'm already a hobbit in all but size. Yeah. 100% Rivendell with Shire vacations. See, you've got it worked out. That's basically Bilbo's retirement plan right there. Okay, which red do I like better? That one or that one? It's barely a noticeable difference, but I think I'm going to go with the more saturated one. Whoa, what's all these chats now? I would go for Rivendell personally because I'm into the deep lore, so I'd get to talk to Elrond. That's a good plan. I don't really know where I would want to live because a third of me wants to live in Imladris and a third of me wants to live... And a third in Rohan and a third in the Shire, though I probably wouldn't fit in there. Yeah, you're a bit too tall. Aragorn at Sauron. How can I make this work? Wait. Aragorn, a lesser king. My name is Aragorn, a lesser king. And I don't know how to work this thing. But just you wait, just you wait. That's funny. That's good, Estelle. Look at that. We need to post that, and I need to put it on my blog. The Shire's a close second. Yep. I think they both look good, but the second one looks better. Okay, appreciate it. Thanks. And I don't know how to work this thing. Come on now. Aw, thank you. I sing okay for certain things. Like, as long as I pay a lot of attention to it. I have honestly had so much fun with Hamilton jokes that's been happening on the blog. Rohan has horses, and I love horses, so that's a big draw, but then Rivendell is probably the safest place besides Lothlorien. That's a good point. I mean, it's not that Rivendell doesn't have horses, though. They just don't have Rohan's horses. How does a son of an elf... Your reading Singing of the Hobbit Bath scene is still my very favorite. Thank you. That one was so much fun to do. I'm doing it on the wrong layer. How long have I been doing that? Just the armor. Okay, good. Yeah, all right. Rest in peace, I'm no Lin-Manuel. Yeah, I mean, who can be Lin-Manuel, honestly? The Shire was the safest place until Saruman happened. True. Okay, yeah, that's why I popped over to this one, was because it was gonna... I've been meaning to watch your singing videos, but I never got it around to it. The time wasn't right. The stars haven't aligned. That's all right. They'll still be there. It's just completely black. Not quite. Interesting. Okay. What do you mean stars can't do it, not today? What does that mean? Saruman ruins everything for sure. It's kind of funny how it started with him wanting to get pipeweed, and then it ended with him taking over the Shire. But then again, colonialism in a nutshell, am I right? Wait, is the whole stars thing a Road to El Dorado reference? I haven't seen that one. That would explain why I didn't get it. But I kind of want to. It looks like one of those, like, underrated, sort of, like, cult favorites. It's a little bit too dark, so we'll bring this up a bit. Estelle says, I would live in Rivendell if I could. Lore, constant news, and interest from all the travelers reporting passing through, both elvish and human, balance between life and memory. Yeah. Realistically, I'd have to settle for Bree. They have a cool history. They're pretty open outsiders, etc. That's the thing, right? Like, oh, listen, Rivendell is one of the most varied places in Middle-earth because of all the free peoples are welcome there. A hobbit lives there, and a human was raised there. Yeah, that's true. Oh, okay, I think I know what I want to do. So Gimli can have this brighter red. Because he's a dwarven prince. And then Aragorn can get that muted one that I had earlier. The stars thing was a reference to Road to El Dorado. Okay, that makes sense. But anybody can live in Rivendell, so politically it's the likeliest place to be. Eladan Elroy. Ooh, that was terrible. I'm so sorry. Ooh, yeah, I'm not even going to try. You know what? I can't. Nope. No. And Arwind. Elrond's children. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. And they let dwarves in without any nonsense like Lothlorien. That's what I've been saying. Rivendell superiority, honestly. Just for the fact that they don't freaking pitch a fit about dwarves. I know there's canon reasons for it, but I'm gonna be cranky about it anyway. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like Aragorn's hair. That took me quite a while to get that right. Yeah. Okay, we're getting somewhere. This is good. Let's make this a little brighter. No. Try that again. Oopsie daisy. There we go. If I was sitting up straight, which I'm not, and if I didn't have a little bit of sinus stuff going on right now, I could probably passably do the Skylar Sisters riff. Not well, mind you, but like passably. But Not right now. Voice can't do it. Not today. Indeed not. Nope. Nah. Lothlorien is gorgeous, but yeah, for sure. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oops. And then Gimli is dark boots. 911, I've just witnessed a murder. What? I would totally want to take a trip to Lothlorien as well. It's a life-changing experience of otherworldly beauty, but overall Rivendell would be nicer. Allergies have been kicking my butt lately. Yeah, it's that time of year, isn't it? I happen to live in a rural area. And boy howdy, the pollen. Lorien is beautiful, but it's not supposed to be comfortable, and Mirkwood together make up Middle-earth's fairy, which Tolkien loved and studied. That actually makes a lot of sense. Which is probably why, as much as, you know, Lothlorien is cool and all, I don't really vibe with it as much as I vibe with Rivendell. Because, yeah, there's that comfort aspect to it. I love this cutoff view where all you can see of Gimli, Aragorn's face, and just Legolas's neck stretching up to the heavens. Yep. Sam was talking about Rivendell had a little bit of everything except the sea. Yeah, honestly, the color drop thing is awesome. Like, honestly, if you're gonna get any program, get Procreate. It took me so long to finally bite the bullet and actually do it. But I'm glad I did. It's just $13. And, I mean, look at that. That's so fast. As long as it doesn't do that. What color do I want the leaves of Lorien to be? Probably a really faint green, huh? Ah! Except the sea. Yeah, oh man. I mean, the sea gets me in the heart regardless. Like, you make any reference to it, and I'm gonna be like, ah! Which all of you have seen before. Elrond with PTSD after the drowning of Beriand. I want not the ocean in my house. Yet another Silmarillion thing that I don't get exactly, but kind of do. The sea is where Elros went wrong. It's just coming together. It's not bad. I mean, when he was a kid, he was at the Havens of Círdan when the third kinslaying happened. Bye, Estelle. See you in a bit. We all cry over the sea here. It's okay. Yeah, you better. Because otherwise I'm alone in it, just weeping. Also, his wife went to the sea long ago. That's true. Yeah, she was... I've seen so many parallels made between her and Frodo. She was so messed up from being tortured by the orcs that... What happened here? Oh. No, that she was so messed up by that she had to go over to see the... over the sea to Valinor. And so there's that parallel between you've got her and Elrond, and then you have Frodo and Sam, and they're kind of parallels. All right, now what are you referencing, Morgan? Okay, suddenly I'm realizing Elrond appears to have a lot of deep-seated subtle trauma related to the sea. Fanfic writers, go! Elrond has hydrophobia, confirmed. Oh yay, we love trauma? Me. Me when writing fanfics. Because the trauma means that you get all the fluffy comfort stuff afterwards. Oh yeah, Into the West. That's the thing, we never really sat down and like would listen to the credits. So yeah, I didn't know that song had lyrics until like last year, maybe. Also, Frodo probably has water-related trauma. Uh-huh. Yep, I've written about that. You guys remember the one I wrote where Merry teaches Frodo how to swim? Mm-hmm. Yep. There's almost a direct parallel in that epilogue in Sauron Defeated, where Elenor asks Sam if he misses his treasure, Frodo, the same way Celeborn does now that Galadriel crossed the sea. Yep. That's what I had in mind. That's a bit big. I just listened to it on the album on Spotify. That's nice. It hurt your heart, huh? You're welcome. That was almost the song. I'm not going to sing that one. Honestly, Mary's personality as Boats is one of my new favorite jokes. Because the way he got so offended in Lothlorien, like, hello, some of us halflings know how to use boats. I live on the river. What do you think I am? You think I can't use a boat, silly? So it's like Mary's personality is Boats. I only realized it had lyrics when a cover got recommended on YouTube to me, and I was like, this is very familiar. And then I had a minor breakdown when I realized where it was from. Relatable. Womp and hurt comfort? Heck yeah. Also, I love Legolas's pixie boots. They remind me of Robin's way back in classic Batman. Ah, thanks. Yeah, I remember reading that little thing in, what's it called? When they were on Caradhras. And, it's mentioned that Legolas only wears light shoes as opposed to boots. I thought, oh, let's give him little Peter Pan shoes. Just know I'm nodding along while actively drawing a traumatized guy in the background here. Well, which traumatized guy? Holy, we're here in Batman. The beacons are lit. Oh my word. Okay, now you know what you have to do, Tarva. You need to draw the old Batman, but they're participating in Lord of the Rings. And you need to post it on your blog with no explanation. See, you already have a paying customer. Hey! Welcome back, Meg! As for what you missed, we discussed lore around Gandalf, we discussed Beorn, we talked about where we would want to live in Middle-earth. I drew on the wrong layer several times. Currently, we're talking about Batman and Robin in Middle-earth. Yeah, everybody say hi to Meg. Okay, what do I want to do now? Background, I think. It's not LOTR. His friend just died and he's not having any emotions about this. Nope, nope, nope. Nice. Have fun. Unironically, I freaking love this 60s Batman show. It's so hilarious as it was always intended to be. Sometimes watching the background as I crochet. That's fun. Yeah. I really think there's something to be said for those really unapologetically silly things. You know? Like, stories are always have to be so serious nowadays. And it's like, just have fun. It's okay. Let's see. I think if I turn off the reference for that. Do I have to add them into scenes just as they are? Do I modify the costumes to match? Are they taking the place of particular characters? I don't know. Do what you want. That's the first time you've zoomed out since I started watching. Hi, the head of Legolas. Yep, there it is. And there's everything else. Bird crashes into Legolas's face. Kermit from Dunland. Only it just crashed into his face, so it's gonna be Kermit from Dunland. Oh man. No. How do I want to do this? That's better. Maybe not exactly that. I'm doing it on this layer. Maybe I do just need to make the canvas bigger. Hang on. Whoops, wrong button. Did you guys see the title there? It says Giraffe Legolas. Anyway. Okay, let's bump that up too. That might give me the space I need. It's like they're on a desert island and Legolas is looking for the mainland. They look like they're in a snow globe. Maybe just... Oh, and would you look at that? Perfect what I thought I mentioned with this. I didn't, actually. Thank you very much. I'm learning new things about this all the time. Looks too thick now. Thick gauntlet. If any of you know Dan Povenmire personally, tell him I wish to speak to him, and I have drafted a 4-page letter dealing with my love of his shows. I have recently, like, I got recommended, I'm not on TikTok, but I got recommended some of, like, his TikToks get posted on YouTube, and so I got recommended those, and I've been watching them lately. And, yeah, I mean, he responds to people on TikTok pretty easily. I'm not recommending that you get TikTok because it's TikTok, but that's one way you might be able to talk to him. Whoops. Did not give Aragorn a color for his belt buckle. Let's go with that one. Don't get TikTok, it's TikTok. Well, it is. Lady Glasses love a dad bod's coming through with that bracer. Hey, shush you. Hush up. But I do have TikTok though. I mean, no judgment, just a little bit of judgment. I'm glad to see you guys connecting in the chat here. That's fun. Sorry to use your live stream for social/fandom networking. No problem, man. Again, it's nice to see you guys reconnecting. Okay. I think that's pretty good for base colors. Sick. All right. Get to move on to shadows already. Everyone looks like he's playing an invisible theremin. He's mildly startled. It's extremely mild. So wait, what kind of Discord server is this that we're talking about? Oh, of course. Two, 5, there we go. I just hopped on and I'm so curious. What's the drawing of? Okay, you know how they're standing on the hill and they're trying to see the Rohirrim from far off, and Legolas can see them from a really, really, really far distance. And everyone was like, "Hey, wait a second! How is he overcoming the curvature of the Earth here?" There's the joke. I think it was a Tumblr thread, and then it got immortalized on Reddit. And it's basically, well, maybe Legolas's eyes are like on stalks, like a snail's. And I put in the joke, maybe the ponytail that I gave him turns into helicopter blades and he can fly. And then somebody else suggested, why not a really, really long neck? And so I drove him with a really, really long neck. Discussing making a Discord server for all the folks who are the Lady Glasses fans. Oh my word! You guys are so sweet. We'll leave the live stream to talk on the Discord instead. You guys, I don't have Discord on my phone. I mean, I guess I would have to open up my laptop to see what you're talking about. Can Elrond do this too, or Arwind? Don't forget the janky periscope. Yeah, I did have the janky periscope. I was debating doing the janky periscope as a digital art piece, but I'm not sure if I'm going to do that. You'd like to see the janky periscope as digital? Alright, alright. I will put it on the list. It's a long list. Meg, did you try to post a link in chat? Because I'm not seeing it right now. Do I ever listen to music while I do art, or do I prefer it quiet? I often listen to long YouTube videos. Like, there was a point in time I was listening to Jacksepticeye's God of War live streams. I watch Astral Spiff and his game live streams, especially the FNAF Security Breach ones. Music is fun, but it doesn't keep my brain entertained quite as much as listening to live streams does. I did post a link to a server that I just made now. Okay, it probably got held for review. Give me a second so I can let that go through. You used to watch Jacksepticeye play Spyro. I haven't watched that. Tarva says you'll probably have to split the link up and add spaces here and there to break it up. We'll see. We'll see, because it's probably, if I can push it through from this end, that it'll be allowed. But again, I haven't done this before. Okay. Okay, live stream. Usually I have to listen to instrumental music because the lyrics would distract my brain too much, but sometimes if I'm really in the zone, I can. Yeah, that makes sense. Wonder, can I moderate from here? Okay, Tarva may be right. Comments, I can push through comments that have been held for review, but it probably just outright blocked the link. So yeah, add spaces or something, and or tell you what, Meg, if you send in an ask on the blog with the link, as long as that goes through, then I should be able to post it on the blog. That might work. Hopefully that works. Links don't go through on Discord. I've tried before. It's why I had to comment that one video. Had to comment for that one video for a poem and sending it through Tumblr. Okay. Bye, Jess. Sleep well. Thanks for coming out. I'll talk to you soon. Okay. What other... Because I'm just thinking, what other link... How else can we share links? Yeah, that's a good idea. Why don't you ask Treasure Chest to help you out? Catch me trying to zoom out on your art. Okay, here. Whoops. There you go, Morgan. Ignore this. I'm just gonna get rid of that. There. Yeah, they're right. If you can put a comment on this video, then that might work. And again, if it gets held for moderation, then I'll just go in and let you push it through. Oh, you like Ghibli's outfit. Thank you. I feel like I sound really serious now because now this is a problem that needs to be fixed. The colors are lovely. Thank you. I think it's turning out pretty well. See what we can do here. Is Pippin a redhead with those freckles? Yes, he is. I know the book implies that he's probably blonde, but shh. Redhead Pippin just fits better. The neck's so long. I independently headcanon Pippin as a redhead and then learned several friends agree with me. He just has the redhead energy. Canon can be what we want? Heck yeah, that's exactly the point of the fig tree AU. Most Hobbits have brown hair. Sam's kids were unusual in that regard. Yep, that's correct. In fact, a lot of Hobbit children born around that time were blonde because elf magic. Yep, yep. Honestly, the fact that, like, that blonde hair is so unusual in the Shire makes it kind of funny to me that in the movies, Sam has the blondest hair of all. Because you think he would have more brown hair, which is the way I draw him. Because, again, blonde hair is very elvish. So that's going to be more Falahide. Not like the Falahide are related to elves, but they're more kind of naturally more elvish. I don't know. I don't know exactly how it works, but that's kind of how it seems to be. I've now reached the point that brain is not braining and I'm just kind of rambling. Mary's pretty blonde in the movies too. Yeah, exactly. It's weird. The most rural of the hobbits in the books, the most gentry in appearance in the movies. Yeah, exactly. That's it's all backwards. Yeah, and that is why I picked why I decided to go with blonde Frodo, because, or rather why I'm glad that I did, because yeah, he does just naturally end up looking elvish. Blonde hair wasn't even that common among elves either? Really? Not bleached blonde. Yeah. We've already had that discussion, haven't we? Movies really messed up a lot of hair and eye colors. That's true. Anyone else get emotional reading the prologue of LOTR and realizing that the pipeweed section of Concerning Hobbits was based on Merry's book about herb lore that he meant to tell Theoden? Yes! Ow! Ow. Just, ow. There's so much pain. Rip Boromir and Faramir's Númenórean hair. Exactly! They had dark hair. That's how I... That's why I made a point of drawing them with dark hair. The Vanyar were the only blonde group of elves, and they all went to Valinor and stayed there. I didn't know that. That's cool. So, wait, in canon, what color would Legolas's hair be? Would it be brown, then? I'm learning the deep lore here. The only blonde elves in Middle-earth were Finarfin's children like Galadriel, who had a Vanyarin grandparent, and the occasional wood elf like Legolas's dad. Okay, so he could have been blonde. There's been some debate about his hair color. Doesn't Thranduil have golden hair in the Hobbit book? We are now on the hair discourse. Legolas's dad had hair that shone golden in torchlight, but Legolas himself never had a color mentioned. Interesting. Redhead Legolas theory. Big brain, Meg. Big brain. By the way, did you try to post the link in the comments, Meg? I'm not seeing anything just yet. Redhead Legolas is the only wrong answer. It could depend on who his mother was. That's a good point. Oh yeah, redheads, Maedhros, yeah. Speaking of trauma. Don't see any place to write comments on the video yet. Okay. Yeah, now that you say that, neither do I. Now that I have it open on the laptop. Okay. And I haven't received, wait, or have I received a message on Tumblr? Nope, no messages yet. Nerdinel getting bored with Feanor, grounded in the halls of Mondos, comes to Middle-earth, finds Thranduil, becomes second elf to ever marry twice. I bet that's even funnier for if you have any knowledge of the Silm. It's what Feanor deserves! Now that joke I get. Alternatively, I send the link one letter at a time. Hey man, do whatever you have to do. Can't say anything about Tariel from the movies. I just know she didn't exist in the book. Something about one of the twins' body never being found, so they never died, just ran away and started making redhead elves in Mirkwood. Okay, just received the link to the Discord from Treasure Chest. The thumbnail just comes up and it says, "Join the Frodo with Glasses fans Discord server," which is delightful. I love you guys. All right, it's posted. So if you guys go check the blog, it'll be there. Okay, and there's a lot of chat to catch up on. When you read The Hobbit, you'll love Dory. Dory was so nice to Bilbo and always carried him when Bilbo couldn't. Athletic ability like the rest of them. Sweet. Gonna have to come up with a good design for him. I'm kind of worried about how I'm gonna come up with designs for all the dwarves when I don't like know the basics of their personalities. So you might have to give me a few like non-spoilery pointers. And we're ripping on the Hobbit movies, as we should. Galadriel doesn't care enough about dwarves to get involved on a dwarf quest. She cares enough to make sure that her husband doesn't, like, unfairly tear into one. But that's about it. Honestly, the dwarves don't have much personality in the book. Okay. Guess I'll just come up with something, I guess. Fly by the seat of my pants. Anyone ever notice that Tolkien is super biased against Middle-earth dwarves? Yeah, it's weird, right? Like, they have some of the most interesting... What little world building we have is some of the most interesting stuff, and yet we know so little about them. It's like, come on, man. I know you like your elves, but give us something about the dwarves. That's like the one good thing out of the movies, fleshing them out a bit more. Okay. Maybe I'll borrow some of what the movies did then. Like, not everything, obviously, but some of it. Don't forget to make sure their hood colors are right. Well, I'll be drawing in black and white for most of it, but if I end up digitizing them, then, sure, I'll make sure their hood colors are right. If you try hard enough, the dwarves have personality. Anything is possible if you believe. At one point, he straight up said these guys are pretty awful, but not bad considering they were dwarves. And it's like, bruh, why? Come on, Tolkien. Come on. I find what little we get of the dwarvish language very beautiful, for sure. And the music was good. To be fair, The Hobbit wasn't written as a serious story. Yeah, true. Anybody got a song stuck in their head right now? I was listening to the Hamilton songs at work last night, because I was trying to think of other references that I could do for the blog, and it ended on Farmer Refuted, and now I've got that stuck in my head. Specifically, the part where Hamilton joins in. Okay, first of all, but strangely your mange is the same. Yes, absolutely. But also, okay, if you were here a few months ago, if you were following the blog, then you would be familiar with what Tarva just said in the chat. Is that actually stuck in your head right now, Tarva, or are you just trying to get it stuck in everybody else's heads? Because either way, commendable effort. Because that was a song that my family actually made up concerning Denethor in the movies. And if you haven't seen that video, it goes a little something like, hey, Denethor, jump on the pyre, you're gonna get burned up in the fire. Hey, Denethor, jump on the pyre, you're gonna get burned up. Hey, Denethor, good side wins, Faramir standing with Theowen. Hey, Denethor, good side wins, and you're gonna get burned up. Hey, Denethor, fiery bed, Gandalf's gonna smack you upside the head. Oh, hey, Denethor, fiery bed, and you're gonna get burned up. Hey, Denethor, jump on the pyre, you're gonna get burned up in the fire. Hey, Denethor, jump on the pyre, you're gonna get burned, you're gonna get burned, you're gonna get burned up. Hey, Denethor fell off the cliff. So if that gets stuck in your head, have fun. It actually is stuck in your head. That's delightful, Tarva. I can actually trace back why it's stuck in my head, but it's stupid. I almost want to hear it now. I want to sing with you around a campfire under the stars too, Meg. I want to sing all the songs that we've written together. Camping trip? Well, we've got a Discord server. Now we're gotta arrange a camping trip, apparently. Yeah, bring the ukulele. Yes, I am one of those people who purposefully pronounces it ukulele. This group is moving fast from Livestream to Discord to camping trip. I know, right? Okay, so I was thinking about Tolkien's dwarf racism, and that got me thinking about Meme, and that got me wishing he could have fallen off a cliff, and that got me thinking about movie Denethor. That's awesome. Thank you. That's a brilliant stream of thought. Meme really was, like, I feel bad for him, but he really was just the worst. Like, talk about biting the hand that feeds you. Yes, that's how it's supposed to be pronounced. Yep, ukulele. I can play the guitar poorly and sing a little better. Nice. Go to church, Meg! Church is important. I'll see you soon. I will probably still be here when you come back. Maybe. Let's find out. How's my, Alright, I'm at about 70% battery, so maybe we'll still be here when you come back. Yeah, it'd be difficult to bring a piano on a camping trip. Hey, mandolin, that's cool. Mini keyboard. Yeah, that works. I was gonna say, as long as you have a way to power it, and now that begs the question, like, exactly how much we're gonna be roughing it on this camping trip. Because you can do, like, RV camping, or you can do, like, tent camping. And I'll be honest, I'm not great at either. Or rather, I haven't had much experience with either. Yeah, if you want to, go check the link on the blog. That's the Discord server that has been set up. I had nothing to do with it. First, everybody says, hey, you should have a store, when I wasn't planning on having a store. Now everyone's like, hey, you should have a Discord server, when I wasn't planning on having a Discord server. But in any case, love it. Just pull a keyboard, just pull a piano out of thin air like a cartoon character. Nice. Thorn brought a solid gold harp on a quest. It would be cowardly not to drag a piano into the woods. Someone will carry a mini keyboard on their back. Pippin pulling the step stool from Hammer Space. I know what you're referencing. That was incredibly funny. It will be a great burden, but we will conquer it with the power of friendship. Hey, if we all work together, we could probably carry a piano. Just saying. It's all about evenly distributing the weight. I can't carry it for you, but I can carry you. We've done it! Yay! We've made this silly tangent about Lord of the Rings again. Woo! Tent camping, but at a nice campsite like our church used to do with extension cords and bathrooms. Dude, I could do that. I could totally go for that. I also get absolutely eaten by mosquitoes, or at least I used to when I was younger. But yeah, I could go for that. Hear me out, just sleeping on the ground looking up at the stars. You know what? You do that, Tarva, and you enjoy it. But not all of us are good at sleeping on the ground. I know you would prefer to, but, well, we've established that you're not like everybody else. Cabin camping. Yeah, that works, as long as it's a nice cabin. Someone can bring along something that looks a bit like lumpus bread. Nice. Okay, what song is this now? What song is this now? What are you guys saying? What? There's a dirty great root sticking into my back. Stars from Les Mis. Okay, that makes sense. See, as soon as you guys start quoting Les Mis, you lose me. Because I've never seen it. Everywhere I lie, there's a dirty great root sticking into my back. That wasn't very good. That went into a little slightly different accent. I don't know what that was. Went a little bit Australian, actually. Everywhere I lie, dirty great root sticking into my back. Ah, thank you. As you can tell, I'm very, very strict on myself when it comes to impressions. Australian Sam. Crikey. Crikey, Mr. Frodo. That's why you can conquer giant spiders. Yo! We figured it out. I can't do accents either. I tried to do a Scottish accent for my D&D character, but it's hard. Yeah. Pippin's Scottish-ish. Crikey, Mr. Frodo, it's that golem creature. Oh, my word. I'm just trying to think of all the in-jokes that are kind of come out of this. Carrying a piano, Australian Sam. AU, where Sam's bag hat is an Outback-style hat instead. You know what I'm gonna have to draw. Oi, Mr. Frodo, crikey, look at that. It's an olifant. Crikey, mate. How do I shadows? You know we fully expect you to draw all these in jokes, right? Yeah. Yep. The ones that I can portray in funny ways. Visually. They will be drawn and everyone will be like, oh, what the heck are you talking about? And it's like, oh, watch the live stream. The piano must go up. You earn cookies for that one. You earn cookies. Well done. VeggieTales reference automatically wins. The piano must go up. I'm just imagining Sam doing the Crocodile Hunter voice. Yeah. She dropped Baragon with a tank based on a joke. Yes. And this picture I'm coloring right now is based on a joke. Like, it... I will draw the ridiculous things. That's, like, my brand. Sam walking up to every large dangerous creature like, he's beautiful. Look at his teeth. Sam is Steve Irwin confirmed. It wasn't Madame Blueberry, actually. It was... Oh... Gracious. So you know how in VeggieTales they, like... They often do, like, a short... Like, the episode is in 2 parts. They have one part that's kind of like a short pre-show to tide you over. And then the second part is, like, the main storyline. And that's usually the one that the episode is named after. Like, that's the name on the box. The piano one was one of those, like, pre-show shorts. And for the life of me, I can't remember which episode it was attached to. Silent film style silly song. Yeah, that sounds about right. Sweetie went up the hill and came down with all the strawberries. Man. I shouldn't be surprised that so many of you here have seen VeggieTales, but this is awesome. I remember they were on the phone with Larry and he missed the whole story because he couldn't see it. Yeah! Oh man, which one was... Okay, so Bob must have been co-hosting with somebody else. Ah. It's been so long since I've seen these episodes. Sumo of the Opera! Tarva coming in clutch, thank you! You know what, let's find out. I'm looking this up. I'm looking this up now. But Sumo of the Opera sounds about right now that you said it. No, I don't want to watch it. I just want info about it. Yeah. Look at that. Okay, you're right. Yeah, okay. Bob is all alone on the countertop, greeting and welcoming the kids to VeggieTales once again. Bob then explains to viewers that Larry isn't here today because he's going to be helping some kids on a toy drive. Sorry, lost my place. So he hired a friend to fill in for him while he's gone. We are then introduced to Larry's replacement, Lutfi, the kindly teensy-weensy cucumber. Played by a hand puppet operated by Khalil the Caterpillar. This is written on a wiki. It says, played by a hand puppet operated by Khalil the Caterpillar, obviously. Which is so funny. That is not the way you write things on a wiki. That's so informal. That's hilarious. It was Khalil. Yeah. Is Legolas Archibald Asparagus? I mean, with a neck like that. With the Italian scallion. Anyways, they're like a Phantom of the Opera spoof. Kind of. I mean, it's a story about, like, Larry's character is, kind of like spineless and not athletic in the slightest, and his whole thing is that he has to learn perseverance and actually win against a championship sumo wrestler, which I don't think has anything to do with Phantom of the Opera at all, but it has musical bits to it. So I think that's why it's called Sumo of the Opera. Phantom of the Opera and Rocky. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. Did it have the St. Patrick story too? That sounds about right. Hang on. Yep, it includes going up. Yeah, and we do get the story of St. Patrick. And then we get Sumo of the Opera. Yep. Italian scallion was a shameless pun. I remember seeing him going up and down an escalator. Yep, that's the one. Sumo was after your time. Yeah. We collected all of them on VHS and DVD right up until the Pirates Who Don't Do Anything movie, at which point they sold the company and everything kind of wasn't as good anymore. But up until then, pretty sure we still own all of them, if we haven't lost them. His real name was Maywin Sukkot. Hurry up and name me St. Patrick. Shh, sorry. Now that impression I can do. The last time I watched it, I hadn't seen Rocky, so I should probably rewatch it. That's a good idea. Go and see all the jokes that you missed. The rumor weed? Oh, for sure. Holy cow. I couldn't watch those early like Larry Boy episodes until I was older because it would freak me out. Like the original Esther episode, just the music gave me the creeps. Then again, I was a really sensitive kid, so. Little Shop of Horrors VeggieTales edition, for real. And the Fib from Outer Space, yeah. Again, all the early Larry Boy ones, I just couldn't do it. The music in Esther is really good. I was just real sensitive. Puppies are cuddly, puppies are cute, they're never nasty or mean. I'd give a home to all the lost puppies if ever a day I were queen. Arf! Speaking of things I didn't know were spoofs, Larry Boy's butler is named Alfred, and I didn't catch on for years. Yeah. Larry Boy reference. USS Apple Pies? Yeah! Were we on a call when I realized that was a pun and I got mad? Because I feel like we were on a call when I realized that was a pun and I got mad. Thank you. 100 out of 10 performance. Thank you. Thank you very much. I can sing badly on purpose. That's something that I can do. Yeah. With great chocolate comes great responsibility. Yep. It's even shaped the same as the Enterprise. Yeah! That's why I got mad. I was like, it's shaped like a pie. But why didn't I realize that? And there's a Scottish crewmate. Mm-hmm. Apparently, I'm not the only one who didn't realize it was a Star Trek reference until later. That's the thing about VeggieTales, man. You go back and you watch those episodes, and it's like you understand more of the jokes now that you're older. And it's not because they're adult jokes per se. You know, they're not crude or anything like that. They're just things that adults are going to get more because they're things like Star Trek and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde and Madame Booberry, or however you pronounce that. And I mean, there are the Monty Python references in Josh of the Big Wall. But that's a different category. How are we not talking about Lord of the Beans? Good question. Let's talk about Lord of the Beans. The second best adaptation of Lord of the Rings ever put to film. I mean, they actually included a character that sort of reminds you of Tom Bombadil, like automatically 12 out of 10. Heck, music dork, do you not know about Lord of the Beans? Or Monty Python. Okay, yeah. The fact that the French peas are standing on the wall in Josh and the Big Wall, that's a Monty Python reference. Of course, I haven't seen Monty Python either. I've heard this from my dad. Lord of the Beans is amazing, though it also terrified me as a child. Same. Billboy baggy pants. Yes. I thank you for your sage advice, Lord Vanaminian Teraglyph, son of Therabilolithamon. Did you copy and paste that, or did you take the time to type it out? Because if you took the time to type it out, respect. Tom Bombadil was in the Swedish version, the Finnish version, and the Soviet version. I didn't know that. Oh, sure. Like you're a real elf. Give the guard a bow and arrow and he's a real elf. I did type it out, no idea how to spell it. Hey, I knew what you said, so that works, man. You're an elvish impersonator. You sicken me, deceitful one. And then he pulls the guitar out of his hands and it goes, tung. I'm feeling stretched, like chocolate pudding scraped over too much ham. It's an optimal illusion. It only looks small because it's so far away. Watch. Dun 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 dun. Boom. Poof. I could be wrong. Out of the three, I would only really recommend the Finnish version, although the Swedish one does have Glorfindel for about 30 seconds. We love Glorfindel. Your voice impressions are making my voice impressions are making your dad's day. That's awesome. I'm so glad. I only found out recently that the other elf who makes cookies is a reference to Keebler elf. Yeah. Oh, man. There's so many jokes. Also, there was a Flobbit with a scarf. Pippin, maybe. You gotta dress for the weather. People complaining about the stuff without a live action don't realize that Glorfindel was Legolas in the animated Fellowship of the Ring. So wait, Legolas did Glorfindel's job? Is that what you're saying? If you're clever, this thing even keeps your nose warm. Poof! Ah! And they all fall down the mountain. What are you yelling about, Tarva? Did you not realize it was a reference to the Keebler elf? How's your nose feel now? Still warm. Oh, come on. In the Ralph Bashki version, Legolas comes from Rivendell and lends Frodo his horse. That actually kind of makes sense. Animated Legolas was the elf on the white horse, and he was voiced by 3CPO. The more I learn about the animated stuff, the more I'm almost like, I need to watch this. I need to know what absolute madness happens here. I did not realize it was a reference to the Keebler elf. He's dressed like the Keebler elf. Tarva! Oh, that's so funny. We never had Keebler cookies when I was growing up. Okay, that's fine. I mean, neither did I'm pretty sure, but like, I've seen them at Walmart. Everybody's freaking out about it being C-3PO. It's an experience. Gotcha. I noticed that you carefully didn't mention whether it's a good or bad experience. But also the hobbits are baby, so it has that going for it. Yeah, they look pretty cute. I'll have to get used to like the mocap hobbits. If you close your eyes while listening to animated Legolas, you can hear 3PO. I think that's the most blurst thing I've heard so far. I'm a lucky fella. I'm a lucky boy. I got a new umbrella, and it's me pride and joy. Oh, the rain may come and the sun may go, and I'll be dry from me head to toe. I'm a lucky fella. I'm a lucky boy. Can you tell that I watched these things like over and over and over and over and over again when I was a kid? Where Aragorn's pants, Gondor has no pants, Gondor needs no pants. All right, thank you very much, Sarah. Gimli's beard looks rad. Thank you. I'm glad it turned out well. I admit I rewatched Lord of the Beans relatively recently. Nothing to admit, girl. It's a good choice of entertainment. had one of the songs stuck in my head and I had to hear it again. Which one was it? I really like the credit song at the end. It's just good. Yes! I'm glad. Yeah, it was a credit song. It's about love. It's why we give our gifts away. It's about love. As some things begin to change. Hey, I can actually sing that one. That's nice. As long as I'm not trying to power belt it, it's fine. But there was another bean, another bean, another bean, another bean, a fifth bean, a fifth bean that could give anything, anything, anything. Speaking of Australian, oi, here comes a bird. Let's jump on him. Maybe he'll fly us wherever we want to go. Maybe he'll serve us drinks and little bags of peanuts. Get your own ride. I did not expect to be doing this many impressions in this in this live stream, but I'm not upset. This is fun. Why is my tablet not reacting to my pen? It's okay. I got you. I got you covered, Tarva. To be honest, the eagle freaked me out more. Like, the eagle getting mad freaked me out a lot more than, like, the trees getting mad did. I don't know why. Speaking of VeggieTales, did anyone watch the offshoot 3-2-1 Penguins? I saw, like, a couple episodes of it, and it was a little bit lackluster, I think. Like, I saw it at a friend's house, and it was okay-ish. Just didn't have the same spark as the original one. Did anyone notice the eagles sounded like Midgel? Wait. Maybe a little bit, but Midgel's more chilled out. Honestly, he was my favorite. I feel like I could hang out with Midgel. Everybody else is just, like, a little bit too, like, high-strung for me. But Midgel's chill. I could hang out with Midgel. Wait, I'm not the only one who sometimes sings complaints. It makes it fun and funny, and I don't even realize that I'm doing it. Season 2 onwards of 3-2-1 Penguins is kind of lame. Season 1 was good. That makes sense. Okay, but I remember playing an online game for Penguins. Something about making jelly-filled donuts. Yeah. They used to have an online, like, their website had online flash games. There was another one that I always liked to do that was, like, the science one. you would mix different compounds and get different various things, and I was always trying to find all the different combinations. But yeah, I think, I don't know, it had been a while since I played it. It's probably not there anymore since Flash went down. But yeah, I absolutely know what you're talking about. Sigil, Midgel, Figil, Kevin. Yeah. Hello. It wasn't a figment of your imagination? No, no, it wasn't. I think we all have some, like, old school Flash games, like, embedded in our childhood consciousness somewhere. There were games. Yeah, there were games. There was a VeggieTales website, and there was a game segment of it. It died a long time ago? Yeah, that makes sense. It's getting dark in my room. I need to turn the light on. Lucy says, I wonder if I could find it with the Wayback Machine. That would be cool. Yeah, yeah. Hydrolyze philosophy. Anyone ever play Clue Finders as a kid? I don't know what that is. Oh, where is my hairbrush? Classic. There's an application called Flashpoint that lets you play old Flash games. I didn't know that. That's pretty sweet. Bro, I literally sing the hairbrush song whenever I'm trying to find anything. I mean, who does it, though? I'm pretty sure if Vischer and Phil Vischer and Mike Naraki were trying to make a song that would get stuck in everybody's heads when they were trying to find something, they did it. Like, they succeeded with that song. Was a lab game called Larry's Lab? Maybe. That sounds about right. Rings a bell. Just looked it up. Flashpoint has Larry's Lab. Sweet. Awesome. Hi, Alirin. I think it's the first time I've seen you in here. There's something about the Loud Kindly Viking episode that hits different. What do you mean by that? Everybody has a baby kangaroo. Yours is pink, but mine is blue. Anyone remember the VeggieTales theme park computer game? Now that doesn't sound familiar to me. I remember there being a roller coaster and a shooting gallery. Yeah, it definitely doesn't sound familiar. Would that have been like you get it on a CD back when you had to put CDs into your computer in order to play games? It's like the Black Cauldron of VeggieTales. Oh, okay. Sorry I didn't see you, Liren. Nobody remembers it exists until somebody mentions it, and they're like, oh, dang. Yeah, I mean, everybody has those childhood memories that you don't have to access until suddenly somebody brings it up and it's like, oh my word, I have not touched that part of my memory for years. I just remember deoxygenated LMNOP. I love my lips. Heck yeah. Beep bop beep bop beep da bow eep doop bop boop ba da bow yabba da bop beep da boop bop beep da bop bop ba dow yabba da ba da beep da dum beep da ba da beep da ba da beep da beep da beep da beep da dum. I like to joke that there are certain parts of my memory that I can't access because they're just filled with VeggieTales quotes. What seems to be the problem? Did I color this on the wrong layer? Oh. Oh, I see. I see what I'm doing wrong. I got it. LOL. Don't know anything about this Black Cauldron thing you guys are talking about. Genuinely impressed that I know the scouting part so well. Thank you. Again, useless talents. Just the most useless. Cauldron conversation, because I haven't seen it. I don't know what y'all are talking about. There's a new question. Has anyone ever read the Wing Feather Saga? I have not. Pete the Sock Man. Okay, now I'm curious. Ew, I don't want to do that. There we go. Welcome back, Christelle. I don't know what everybody's talking about, but I guess you do. Yeah, apparently they wanted to set up a Discord. So, now there is one. Anyone else's keyboard's super laggy, like it takes 3 to 5 business days for the screen to catch up. Like, the chat's lagging for me, obviously. I can't respond to you guys until a lot later. Well, not that it's lagging, but there's just a recording delay. But if there is something going wrong, I have to be honest, I'm not going to know how to fix it. What seems to be the problem with my pen? Maybe the side of the screen's just gotten all dirty and smudged up. I need to clean it. Yeah, it's acting weird. I think I showed you that one sketch I did of Gurgi about 10,000 years ago. He's a sidekick critter from Black Cauldron. He's very similar to Gollum. Maybe you did, but I don't remember any of it. You know how bad my memory is. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some screen cleaner for this thing. In the meantime, it's coming together. Enjoy that. All right, I have returned. It drops Nightmare Fuel on the screen. Enjoy that. It was Nightmare Fuel to begin with. Okay, that's a little better. Yeah, that's a lot better. The screen is just greasy, that's all. I was getting a bit worried for a second that this thing was running out of battery, which would be Very bad. And by this thing, I mean the drawing pen. Which, by the way, is the Adonit Pixel. And probably the most expensive, actually definitely the most expensive part of the entire kit. It's about $80, but it is almost as good as an Apple Pencil without being as expensive as an Apple Pencil. A donut pen. So it's Adonit, a donut. I think that's how you pronounce it. I may be wrong. A donut? Who knows? It would be very bad-ery. Boo! Boo! Sudden remembrance of calling dead batteries batteries and good ones gooderies. That's funny. Did you do that on purpose, or was that one of those things like you just said it as a kid because you didn't know any better? Hey, just because there's a couple seconds delay doesn't mean I don't appreciate your jokes. Get back here. Stinker. It was on purpose. That makes sense. All right. Thanks for hanging out. Windmill to the stars. Or treasure chest. LOL, imagine needing to change your tablet pen. Yeah, right? What a pleb move. See you later. Thanks for coming out. Just recently started using a stylus for digital art. Keep pretending that you need to charge it. Yeah. I don't even know. I haven't gotten to the end of the battery life of this thing yet, so I don't even know what it needs. Oh, I missed this question. Aragorn versus Merry, who's your leader? Ooh. I think Illyrian has it right. Aragorn with Merry is second in command. Unless we're voting, then Merry. Yeah. Aragorn is just better at, like... Oh, let me see. Obviously, Aragorn can lead large groups of people, because he's a king and all that. Merry, I feel like, can as well. But he's also the small details logistics guy. So I really do think Aragorn overall in charge, and then Merry as, like, his, I don't know what it's called, the guy who executes all the stuff that the guy in charge says to do. I think that would be your best bet. If you're going into fierce battle with lots of political weight, then I'm following Aragorn. If you're going into fierce battle with no political weight, then Merry. Alright. Bye, Princess Bookworm. Princess of Words. Bye! Thanks for coming out. Aragorn's older and is more experienced, but I feel like I could choose an older post-quest Merry in his leadership style. Yeah, I bet he'd be awesome. Like, especially in the Scouring of the Shire, you can absolutely see his leadership shine. I love the moment that Frodo, you know, basically hands over command of the entire operation to Merry. Like, you know, you take care of everything. Like, I trust you to take care of this. And it's like, heck yeah, he's been the detail guy for this entire story. Let him plan the revolution. He can handle it. Merry does not hesitate to throw down. Aragorn will. Yeah. Local river hobbit condones violence, like I said. Definitely not Pippin. Don't put Pip in charge of anything except shenanigans. Except devouring snacks, that too. Aragorn operates best on individual scale and large scale, like he does well by himself, and he does well with an entire army, but give him a fellowship-sized group and he's out of ideas, which is really ironic considering he had to lead the fellowship for such a long time. Go away. There we go. Aragorn is commander-in-chief making the rules. Merry is a platoon sergeant saying, Aragorn says we shouldn't do this, but we have weapons and nothing else to do, so... I think the problem is with my pen. There's a part of the nib that's kind of wearing down. That's not good. Find the best angle to make this work. Come on. Okay, there we go. Are there replaceable tips for the stylus? That's what I'm trying to remember. The way everyone scatters when Frodo goes missing and Aragorn is actually completely helpless is one of the funniest scenes despite the severity of the situation. Honestly. Like, especially when you get to, like the... Whoops. Phil Dragish's audiobook of it. Like, the way he just frantically, like, hold up, here, hold on, wait! And they're all just yelling for Frodo in the background. No, come on. Okay, now it's really not responding. Ah, okay, we got a little bit. And it's not a problem with the tablet screen because I can do this with my finger well enough. Okay, well. How dare you make that funny? No, it was funny to begin with. Aragorn looks very well as a leader of an army, and very well as second in command under Gandalf, but he isn't used to herding kittens. Proof Tolkien to children exhibit number 3. Very likely. Well, this is frustrating. Okay, I think it's happy again now. Hopefully. But no time for that. Yep, shutting down butts. That's the having kids experience. I might just have to do this with my finger from now on. That's unfortunate. Okay, yeah, there are replacement tips for the Pixel. Yep. I'd have to invest in that. It's apparently worn down already. Then the pen pressure will be all wonky? Well, with my finger, yeah. I really do want to finish at least this one before we go. But then again, it's just about done. Is the pressure sensitivity in the screen or the stylus? honestly don't know. Yeah, okay. Whoa, what? I was gonna say it's not responding at all, and then it did something. My phone has the pressure sensitivity in the screen, but the tablet has it in the stylus. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. Let's try. Technical difficulties, the live stream. Okay, I'm making these lines with my fingers, and they're all pretty much uniform. Yeah, it looks like it's in the stylus. Maybe I'll just draw really, really hard. Time zones have got me mixed up, so I can hang for another hour before the thing starts. Great! Glad you can still hang out. Legolas is the other middle child who got all the sass and chaotic energy and makes people wonder if the family was raised in the woods. And yes, he was. True. How do I want to do this? Yeah, okay, if I press really hard, then it shows up. Probably have to invest in some replacement tips. Welcome to the Lady Glasses live stream where we get to watch art with a side of impressions and technical difficulties. Yep. I am really sorry that it's kind of boiled down to the technical difficulties stream, but it is how it is. This is what we get to work with. Big part of art is banging your head against a wall, and it quite often has to do with problems with the medium you're using. And the other part of the time, it has to do with characters that just don't want to turn out right. Thanks, Morgan. Every first stream is fraught with technical issues, so you're actually doing pretty well. Thank you. I mean, I know you've had to try to get Discord stuff worked out. So, you would know more about that than I would. Yeah, I'm glad everybody's having fun. Let's see. I streamed myself reading Dickens once, and it ended up being 8 separate videos of me crashing. Oh, that sounds rough. Oh, I forgot Aragorn's stubble. That's what I forgot. Thanks, I'm glad you like Aragorn's hair. No. Pull that color. I tried to stream a game once and spent 2 hours trying to get it set up, leaving like 15 minutes of gameplay. Oh my word, that hurts. Okay. Thinking about Aragorn's hair and his magnificent grayish lighting reminds me that 300s are literally 3 very old people running cross country. Oh, that's hilarious. The preview of the color layer of Legolas looks like an alien abduction. Yeah, you're right. Okay, what else? Oh, Gimli's boots. That's right. And now we're talking about character ages. 3 old people who don't look as old as they are. Which layer am I on? It's the eternal question, which layer am I on? Ah. Okay, that's better. So we actually don't know how old Legolas is? Or we just have rough estimates? That's good. Today I learned Legolas and Gollum might be the same age. I'm just looking back and seeing all the conversations going down, and this is pretty funny. Hmm. maybe one more. Legolas Greenleaf is also the name of a separate character in Fall of Gondolin. What? How many Legolases are there? The answer is yes. All right, thanks for coming out, Aliran. It's good to have you here. We'll see you around. Greenleaf, Greenleaf. Yeah, I have heard that Legolas' name just means green leaf. Greenleaf, Greenleaf of the Greenwood. Hey guys, do you think Thranduil likes the color green? What poor guy was named John McJohn? I named my Pokemon Leafeon Legolas. That's a good name. It's a good name for a Leafeon. In Les Mis, the main character is Jean Valjean. Oh! That is pretty funny. Oh, I completely missed. Either Thranduil likes green or he lost a bet with his wife. That's funny. Hey, those Mirkwood elves, you know, they've got some pretty strong alcohol, and then one day they were like, not when she was pregnant, mind you. Before she was pregnant, they were drinking, and she was like, hey, I've got an idea for what we should name our kid. Wouldn't it be funny if we named him Greenleaf, Greenleaf? And Thranduil said, that's a terrible idea, and then he lost a drinking game, and so they named him Greenleaf, Greenleaf. The moon of elves. Oh my word. Tarva, should I name one of the werewolves Luna Moon? I'm sorry to say something really obscure, but like, in my original work, which I'm never going to finish, it's a vampire and werewolf story, and punny names are like half the fun. So now I want to name a character Luna Moon. That would just be the worst. It would be hilarious. All right, glad you're on board. Warren Barrow, exactly! Warren Barrow and Luna Moon. We have precedent. By the way, I found out that there is actually an actor named Warren Barrow, and he acted on What We Do in the Shadows, which is a comedy vampire thing, so that's funny. J.K. Rowling named a werewolf character Remus Lupin. Lupin. They are cool sounding names, you're right. So many werewolves have wolf related names because it's funny. Serious because of the dog star. I know next to nothing about Harry Potter, but here we go. Warren Barrow could be a rabbit character. Yeah. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? Sirius Black and conform to a black dog is what you need to know. That's funny. Let's see, if those shadows are darker, then it really pops. But if they're subtler... I kind of like that. Also, Remus in Roman mythology is the twin of Romulus, who was raised by wolves. Oh my goodness. The puns, they keep coming. I knew it sounded familiar. It's like, that's a Roman name. In the last book, when he's on the radio show, he uses Romulus as a code name. Well, I think this is done. What do you guys think? Thanks, Estelle. I want to show you how much lag we have here. Thanks, Morgan. I feel that ... windmill. Thank you. Thanks, Boundin. I always use just clean colors. Yeah, I really like the cell shading. I feel like I could probably get used to the whole painting style if I wanted to, but I like cell shading a lot better. Beautiful and terrible as the dawn. Yep, blurst. Blurst is the word. All right. Well, let's move this one all the way down to the ones that are done. Put you right there. Yeah, there's a lot of lag. Which one do I want to do next? We've already been going for like, 4.5 hours. I see two people. Estelle and Morgan are all like, Baragon! Alright. We'll do Baragon. You guys are hilarious. All my problems disappeared when I saw Baragon. He just has that power, doesn't he? Now, if only he could make all the problems with my stylus disappear, that'd be great. My skin is clear, my crops are watered. Do the Baragon one. It looks like the audience has a strong preference. Apparently, yes. You know what? I am not mad. If I am known as the girl who made the Baragon fan club a thing, I will not be upset. No tank this time. I do have the tank drawing, actually. I have the tank drawing in here. He's so full of love. True. That's my claim to fame? I guess so. I made Frodo with glasses, and I made, popularized the Baragon fan club. Because as soon as I said, hey, Baragon's amazing, everyone jumped on the bandwagon like, yes, he's so awesome, he's the best. But I saw so little, like, fan art of him and so little just content of him in general. It's kind of weird. It's like everybody forgets that they love Baragon until somebody mentions it. Forget the Legolas Assassin Gandalf, this is what you'll go down in history for. I hope so. Honestly, it's kind of embarrassing that that post is the one that got so many thousands of notes so quickly because I put so little effort into it. Like, there aren't even good pictures of the book there. Like, the lighting is terrible. Sometimes I actually associate you with Baragon and Merry before I associate you with bespectacled Frodo. Honestly, not mad. Criminally underrated, true. Why did the movies have to cut him out? For real, though. I mean, I understand. I have a couple of theories on it, okay? So, theory number one is to progress, Thanks, Estelle. I just saw your message pop up. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's to progress, Pippin's character arc, you know? Because in the book, basically all he does is run and get an adult. Which, you know, it's a smart thing to do. But at the same time, you know, having him step out and do something about it himself is, you know, it's a little bit more of the, I don't know what I'm trying to say, heroic character arc, I guess. And then the other thing is just the movies just have less background characters in general. Like, Lord of the Rings has so many background characters. That's why I did that poll, like, who's the best unnamed character? Because there are so many of them that have no names. They're just there and still iconic. But the movies don't have any space for that. They don't have space for an expanded cast. So, yeah, Baragon is just... Paragon. Oh boy. Denethor is so much more of a jerk in the movies, and I'm glad Baragon didn't have to put up with him. There is that. They also cut the troll slaying. That's true. Like, if you remove Baragon, then you remove that moment that Pippin kills a troll to save Baragon. So, is it really worth it? Is it worth the trade-off? I don't think so. And a lot of Frodo's courageous moments. Honestly, that part where he, like, gets across the ford on Asphalloth all by himself, and then he sits up and brandishes his sword and tells the ring wraiths, you know, to get lost. That was so cool. He was barely conscious. And he did that. That's just incredible. Is there an extended edition scene where Pippin kills a troll, or am I making that up? I've seen the extended editions a lot. No, there is no extended edition. I was going to say if that's a deleted scene, then maybe, but no, I would know if Pippin killed a troll, the extended editions, because that's the only ones we watch. My greatest annoyance with the movies was them taking out the Barrow-wights. That's interesting. Why's that, Tarva? There's a troll that Aragorn fights in the extended edition? Yeah, that's true. I can attest. Why the scene on Cirith Ungol when he told Sam to go home? Why did they feel the need to add that? Yeah, because movies, drama, or whatever. I don't know. But on the plus side, it does make Sam, like, that much more loyal and incredible that he still was like, nope, screw this. I'm going to go right back up there. Like, he went up the Cirith Ungol stair twice because of that scene. Frodo makes Ringwraiths, Barrow-wights, an entire cave troll, and Shelob retreat. Heck yeah. And he stabs a troll in the foot in Moria. I still want to draw that one. One of the nice things about, like, coming to the end of the book is that I will be able to go back and draw all the things that happened in Moria with, you know, my art style having grown so much, and I'll be able to do them justice. Or, you know, close to justice. It was just this big moment for Frodo because he literally was the one that used his brain and a weapon to get out of a situation that the other hobbits had failed in. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that. Like, Old Man Willow was kind of Sam's moment of saving the day. And then, well, his first moment of saving the day. And then the Barrow-wights were Frodo's first moment of saving the day. That's a good point. The fact that Sam turned around at all, he would never, that's true. I'm mad about him cowering in front of the Witch King Weathertop too. Yeah, truth. They replaced the scene that Tolkien literally called the heart of the story when Gollum watches Frodo sleep almost to change his mind as Sam interrupts it. I didn't know that he called that the heart of the story. But knowing Tolkien, I am not surprised. The bread accusation scene. I totally agree with you, Estelle. It's just phrasing it as the bread accusation scene is very funny to me. Where is my boy attacking the terrifying undead with a tiny sword literally despite passing out in the process? Yep. Frodo, Sam, and Gollum on Cirith Ungol, the convo about great stories, and also Gollum's almost repentance is like my favorite scene in the book. Same. That's one of those moments that's like the top moments. That's why I had to draw a comic for it. And it became your least favorite scene in the film? Ah, that sucks. Frodo had guts in the book and they cut out all of it so people hate him for no reason? Yeah. Like, he's whiny in the books, but he's a wimp in the movies. I'm here for 10 minutes. What are we talking about? We are talking about the fact that they made Frodo a wimp in the movies when he was very brave in the books. Am I drawing Varagant? Yes. Everybody say hi to Meg. Meg is here. Meg says husband. I am so not mad. And they took out his stupid courage, leaving only the mild cowardice. Facts. You read the books and Frodo has like Steve Rogers amounts of stupid courage. Which character do y'all think the movies did best? That's a good question. Gandalf? I think they got Gandalf pretty down pat. You're kind of a celebrity, Meg. You are in our hearts. Whoop. Pippin singing is the best for sure. And I love the story behind that one too. That they were literally just like having karaoke night and Billy Boyd sang, I think it was Hey Delilah. And they were like, oh, we need to have a scene where this guy sings. And so they did. And they added it in. Tarver, are you yelling me because we had the same thought? Same brain, I tell ya. Ian McKellen is an excellent actor and most of his scenes are amazing, but he's too Dumbledore to encapsulate Gandalf for me. That's interesting. Again, I haven't seen Harry Potter, so I wouldn't know the differences between book Gandalf, movie Gandalf, Dumbledore, and how they overlap. I quite like film Eowyn, but not sure, realizing more of the differences. I like her too, but she is definitely different. She has more of a heroic reason, a selfless, altruistic reason for going out and fighting in the war, and she's not, like, selfishly pursuing death like she is in the books. Theoden was less stubborn and more clever in the book. Billy Boyd's voice just kills me in the best way. Heck yeah. It's just beautiful, angelic voice. Hello, husband face. Mwah. Pippin is very musically talented. Fight me. I will not fight you. I will fight anyone who chooses to fight you on that. Hey there, Delilah's going to be stuck in my head. You're welcome. I headcanon he plays fiddle because I can. That's a good headcanon. I like that. It's not perfectly accurate, but Pippin looking for Merry after the battle had the same vibes as the one in the book. True. Yeah, and it's less finding him on a doorstep than finding him on the battlefield. And both of them are gut-wrenching in their own ways. Come on, tablet pen. Please work. I'm actually going to say Boromir because he's very different from book Boromir, but I like the changes they made. That's an interesting take, Estelle. I do think they spent more time fleshing out his sympathetic side in the movies. In the books, you mostly learn about who he was before he died from other characters. But they take the time to, like, establish Boromir's relationships with the rest of the Fellowship, especially like Merry and Pippin in the movies, and I think that was a pretty good call, like adaptation-wise. Morgan, I think you did a Freudian slip. You said Baragon instead of Boromir. You could see Merry and Pippin in the background at Bilbo's party. Yep. Did someone mention the Houses of Healing chapter / Merry and Pippin reunion? Sort of. Oh, Pippin plays something banjo like in the movies. Nice. Man, my pen does not like me. Pen, why you do this? The scene showing Boromir with the Hobbit sword fighting my beloved. Heck yeah. Moments like that are why I love the movies. Like, I'll criticize them when they get things wrong, but I will say, like, the character work. Certain parts of the character work is great. It's the things like at the beginning, when they're at Frodo and Bilbo's birthday party, mostly Bilbo's, and Rosie Cotton is dancing, and then Frodo, like, crashes into Sam, and he's like, oh, go dance with Rosie, and Sam's like, I think I'm gonna have another ale, and Frodo's like, oh, no, you don't. It, like, establishes that they're friends, and that they have, you know, it establishes what their relationship is so well. Aragorn's also very different, but it works. I was chatting with somebody on Tumblr, self-professed Faramir girly, and she was telling me that Aragorn in the movies is Faramir in the books, which is a very interesting take. And basically the whole, you know, Aragorn refusing to take the ring even though Frodo basically offers it to him. It's kind of very Faramir-ish. Wasn't Viggo Mortensen basically method acting throughout filming? Yes, indeed he was. Right down to walking down the street in half in costume and half in his normal clothes, swinging his sword around in order to practice a scene that they were going to do later. And the police got called on him. Because here's this crazy guy swinging around a sword in the middle of New Zealand. Frodo the biggest Sam Rosie shipper? Yeah. Frodo was so baby at the beginning of the movies? Yep. Frodo was so happy at the beginning of Fellowship and then seeing his gradual decline, it hurt so bad. Yeah, we all love... Lots of Frodo love here. Aragorn's definitely different. They gave him more self-doubt about the Heir of Isildur thing in a way that definitely works, but I think I like the book version better. Fair enough. Yeah, he does doubt himself in the books, but I think he doubts his own decision-making more than he doubts the whole Heir of Isildur thing, which is kind of funny. Am I already done with the line art? Except for his stubble. That's really funny. Okay. Guess we're done here. Although I don't know how I feel about the movie skipping the 17-year time skip. Yeah, there is that. My thing about it is, like, if they were going to do the 17-year time skip, then you have to get a different actor for early Frodo, and then Frodo for the rest of the movies. And it would be kind of difficult to stay invested, you know, with movie audiences if you have a young Frodo at the beginning, and then you have to get invested in that Frodo, and then you have to switch over to someone who looks different later on. Either that, or they would have to artificially make the actor either look younger for the beginning or older for the rest of the movies. So that would be very difficult logistically. So I see why they did it, but yeah, it is an important part of the story, at least for Frodo's character. Movie Frodo is so much younger, they leaned into the destruction of innocence in a more traditional way. Yeah, that's true. I can see why they changed the stuff they did for the movies to make it less clumsy, but also it leaves a lot of questions for people who didn't read the book. Yeah, for sure. Peter once called Vigo Aragorn for a whole conversation and Vigo didn't notice. I had forgotten about that story. Not necessarily, since with the ring he didn't really age. Okay, yeah, that's true. So, yeah, I guess they can make it work. But if you're gonna have, like, Merry and Pippin, then, they would be younger, and I would assume visibly older, once you get to the bulk of the story. There's also Andy Serkis crawling on his hands and knees through the woods to practice. Yup. Oh, man. Andy Serkis sacrificed himself in that movie and it paid off, for sure. The book does say that Frodo doesn't age much after Bilbo's party because of the ring, but I don't think a 19-year-old actor could have pulled that off. Yeah, I would agree. Ooh, that's a good question. What's your favorite behind-the-scenes movie fact? And don't say Aragorn. Don't say Viggo breaking his toe. Tarver, like, did you know Vigo broke hit? Once Vigo was driving and he hit a squirrel, got out to see if it was okay, and then when he realized it was already dead, he made a fire by the side of the road and skinned and ate it. Oh my word. If that isn't Aragorn, then I don't know what is. Or the little fanfic's a little Pip at the birthday party. Heck yeah, that would have been great. Andy Serkis almost drowned for the role. It was sure like he didn't. Pippin was 11 at Bilbo's 111th birthday party. He's almost exactly 100 years younger than Bilbo. Dude, I hadn't put that two and two together on that. That's really cool. Come on now, pencil. Come on, pen. Sean Bean refusing to get in the helicopter and just scaling up and down the mountain full costume every day, I guess. Boyd constantly drinking Ian McKellen's tea. Either Sean Bean being afraid of helicopters or Sean Bean babying Elijah Wood for the whole time. Even Sean Astin babied Elijah Wood the whole time. Oh, you meant Sean Astin. Okay, good. He just immediately got into the Sam role, and I think that's what makes it really sell it. That's the one nice thing about Frodo being younger in the movies is Sean Bean's parental instincts just immediately... Sean Astin's parental instincts immediately went off, and we got just a perfect Sam out of it. The Hobbits playing Tig and they were just making up rules. Yes. We told you can't take a tog. Pippin is Bilbo's Tookish side, but undiluted and 100 years younger. That makes a lot of sense. Sean Astin Sammed everybody, including the crew. He's such a dad. I love him. Man, you can see how much my pen just is not happy right now. Too many Seans. There's only 2 of them and there's too many. Ah! Why doesn't it want to do the connection? Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, that's awful. Why? The Fellowship of the Seans. Okay, I think to get around this, we're just going to have to zoom in really, really far every time so that it doesn't freak out about all the tiny little motions. Sean is to LSR what Chris is to Marvel. True. Ven will you ver vigs? I keep seeing, like, GIFs of that popping up all over my For You page. Did anyone else pronounce it Scene Bean at first, or were you smart? I was already familiar with the name Sean, and I probably heard it before I saw it, honestly, so... Okay, you're not alone, Meg. You're not alone. Anyone jertify it and call him Sean Bon? On purpose or by accident, Tarva? They couldn't get a good take of Sam and Rosie's wedding because Aston was too uncomfortable with the kiss, so Vegan and the Hobbits goofed off on the sidelines to make him smile for it. Goofed off? Yeah, that's one term for it. That's one term for Vigo kissing Billy Boyd square on the mouth. I have given up and I'm just using my finger now. Alright. Bye, windmill. Namare. On purpose? Okay, good. Scene Bond. Scene Bond. I knew a couple of Seans before watching Lord of the Rings. So I think I cheated with the pronunciation. That makes sense. Also, I can totally see your family just cracking up over Sean Bond, Tarva. I know exactly how that conversation would go down. Also, the Hobbit actors being reversed the age order of the Hobbit characters. Elijah Wood being the youngest, and Billy Boyd being the oldest, but Frodo and Pippin being the oldest and youngest. Yeah, that's pretty hilarious. Lord of the R is the migrant version. There should be a D&D alignment chart for how to pronounce Sean Bean's name. Yeah. And Scene Bond should definitely be chaotic evil. So Sean Bean is lawful good. I think... Well, now we have Scene Bean and Sean Bond. I think Scene Bean would probably be chaotic good, because, like, it makes sense phonetically if you just read it out. And then Sean Bond is chaotic good, and then... No. Sean Bond is... I've mixed myself up. Gracious. Lawful evil would be Boromir. Shin Bin. I wrote a really stupid pirate parody once of LTR. It was funny, but so stupid. I just had the character names. Gandalf was Greybeard, like Blackbeard. Pip was a parrot! Pip is a parrot. He'd make a good parrot. Shoon Boone! True neutral Scene Bean. Yeah. Shoon Boone. Is this the time to plug your pirate Lord of the Rings art, Tarva? There isn't much of it, but it's there. It's not much, but it's hot. LOL. Okay, I think I filled in all the gaps now. Parrot Pip! That's perfect! Oh my word. Okay, wait. I'm a dummy, I drew this on the wrong... Drew this on the wrong layer. Welcome to the wrong layer song. What, you mean all 3 drawings? Yes, all 3 of them. I love all of your pirate drawings, both of them. No, we're just gonna deal with that. No, but now I'm picturing a parrot sitting on Pirate Gandalf's shoulder screaming, "Pippin wants a cracker!" nonstop until Gandalf throws him overboard, and then Pip just flies back up with a smug look on his face, if a parrot can have a smug look on their face. Wrong layer! Yep. Okay, move you on top. Hit this button. Reference. Now go to this layer. Now we do the colors. Yes. No! Okay, hang on. Fix that. Okay. Better. No. Yay. Like the rooster in Moana. He looks so sweet. Thank you. He is sweet. And a Mugandor dad. My line art is so clean. Thank you. I like clean line art. The parrot Gandalf's secretly very fond of and tells things he never tells anyone else, but Pip always falls asleep. Oh, I love that. Okay. There's clothes. The hair, glorious color. Thank you. I love this brown. May or may not be fairly close to my hair color. Cough, cough. Oh. What happened there? Oh, I see. I found it. There we are. Your digital art really does have clean line art as a consistent feature. I just like it. I think it looks nice. Boop. It's a bit light. Do I have one that's a little bit... Go for that one. It's lighter still. At least tan a little bit. Can you tell Pippin and Gandalf are my favorite Middle-earth friendship? It's a good one. For real, anyone get emotional over the scene where Gandalf carries Pippin back to bed after he looks into the Palantir? Yeah, I overlooked it more than I should have, I think, when I read that part. Yeah, see, very yellow. Just want them a little bit darker, but I don't know exactly how I'm going to do that. Frenemies to frenemies. Yeah, we were talking about this the other day, weren't we? Oh, heck no. No, 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 no. That looks like jaundice. Gracious. Better. Better. I can work with that. Forget enemies to lovers. There's a new trope in town. Dude, his face looks so naked without his stubble. That's so weird. He looks like he's like in his 20s, like a frat boy. That's so weird. I hate that. Okay. Teeth. A little bit too blue. That one? That's fine. I can work with that one. Frat boy Baragon is something I never thought I'd hear about, but here we are. Mm-hmm. Honestly, he's such a good dude as an adult. I can't imagine that he wasn't really nice as when he was younger as well. LTR College AU, but actually good? Heck yeah. Wait, so how does Aragorn's whole becoming king thing work into this? Like, is Gondor a different college from Rohan, or are they all in the same college? And they're just, like, different social groups. Like, you have the football players and the band kids and the drama kids and all that. No. I drew it on the other layer. Of course I did. Okay. Gondor, Rohan, etc. Either different activities or different departments. What about my modern AU? Honestly, I have not put a lot of thought into the modern AU. It was mostly just an excuse to draw the characters in modern clothes. And it was forever ago. Grad student Frodo, yeah. Glad you still like that. Definitely football games with rival schools. Oh, yeah. Just trying to figure out what the Mordor High School would be called. Not high school, college. That's a very bright white. I was not expecting it to be that bright. Maybe that one. There we go. Pippin's a high school student who takes a few classes through to college and hangs around because he's related to so many people. So would the ring be some kind of performance-enhancing drug that Nerd Boy Frodo found that Mordor University has been using? Dude. Wait, so does he end up taking the performance-enhancing drug at the end of the story? No wonder Gollum's so addicted. Imagine a football player that looked like Gollum. ... Yes, heard. Gollum is a not sports guy taking this sports drug and he's tearing him apart. That makes sense, bro. It's got lore. I sounded like Astral Spiff for a second there. That's too thick. Need thin for this double. The ring. Hey boy, it's me, the performance-enhancing drug. Look, just abandon your studies. You don't need them. That video is honestly so weird. Now we just need an acronym for the drug that goes R-I-N-G. Nice. I think we could be onto something. Unfortunately, I am not a sports person, and therefore don't know a lot about sports controversy, and therefore I have no ideas. Kronk voice. Oh yeah. It's all coming together. Is Gandalf the head coach or just a janitor who happens to know way more than he should? Idea. Gandalf is a janitor who used to be the head coach. So the short answer is yes. Aragorn on his way to become team captain? Yes, exactly. Ah! He's a janitor, but secretly a secret agent. Oh, I love that. All right, bye, Morgan. Thanks for coming to hang out. Gandalf is absolutely the janitor, very cranky, nosy about everyone's private lives, brings trouble, but also constantly covers for people. Denethor is head coach and keeps putting Boromir in captain position because nepotism, honestly. Looking good so far, I think. Well, now the rest of us have to find something to talk about. Someone is a really good player but can't get a spot on the team because Denethor doesn't believe in him. Theoden is assistant coach and everybody loves Éomer. Mary's the head of the linguistics club, tries to run for student body president, finds himself out of his depth, has a crisis, recovers, kicks butt. Éowyn is the fencing captain. We got two ideas here. Éowyn is the cheer captain or Éowyn is the fencing captain. Mary definitely smokes in the stairwell between classes. Éowyn does all the sports, true. Faramir, that makes a lot more sense. I was wondering what Tara was. Well, but in the books, it's not that... Like, it's not that Denethor didn't trust Faramir with anything, but he did give him, like, impossible tasks. And then get mad when he couldn't carry out those impossible tasks. So we can do something similar with this, too. Éowyn doesn't do drama, and then she meets Aragorn. I just recently reset my keyboard, so now all the Lord of the Rings names don't exist. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Theoden is a linguistics professor, and Mary's his favorite student. I like that. That's good. I love that there's just a beard layer. There's just a beard layer. Drama kid Pippin? He already is. That's perfect. That's so perfect. Okay. Oh, we got some stray pixels. Ew. Ew. Get rid of the stray pixels. Hold on, what about Legolas and Gimli? Good question. I can see Legolas in the drama club. And you know what? I would have said Gimli would be a jock, but he's so well spoken in the book that it really depends whether you're going with the movie or the book version. Pip does all the theater. Exchange students. Okay. Wake my pen up, see if it wants to work. Cool. Legolas is the drama club, true. Legolas and Gimli both do track and bicker about whether long distance or sprints are harder. Come on, pen. Please, pen. Yeah, I think they'd be exchange students who do sports and more cerebral stuff. Makes sense. Gimli's on the debate team and takes himself very seriously. Perfect. You got it. That is his dynamic. That's his personality to a T. We dwarves are natural sprinters. Yep. Very dangerous over short distances. See, we'll complain about the movies where they get things where they fell short, but you have to admit, they gave us some of the best memes. Faramir bird watches. I can see that. You know what? I figured it out. I think Denethor wants Faramir to be an all-star player, but what he wants to do is things like bird watching and like I don't know, art, music. Talks birds with Gandalf. Denethor hates it. Yeah, exactly. Boromir was loyal to me, not some wizard's pupil. Wasn't it a vine that was like, come on, son, this is your dream. No, Dad, this is your dream. I just want to do tap. And then he tap dances away. That's basically it. Like, that's Denethor and Faramir. Okay, left side looks a lot better than the right side. I'm gonna fix this. Go away. Go away. That's good. Please, the Rohan family would be so wholesome. Nerdy uncle with his athletic niece and nephew. Oh, yeah, that's so cute. Oh, my word, you guys. Theoden with professor glasses. He'd have such a wholesome grandpa look about him. It would be so cute. I saw a meme once where someone was trying to Google Faramir's father, and Google tried to correct it. Like, did you mean Boromir's father? Oh, no! Oh, no! Rip! Oh, man. I see the lag just caught up and Tarva saw it. Oh, man. It's so funny, but it's so sad. It's a straight pixel, isn't it? Yes, it was. Yay. I'm not even humming anything in particular. It's just humming for the sake of humming. Let's see. Denethor and Faramir's dynamic is so much more sad and meaningful in the book because they're both clearly driven by a shared grief that they don't process together. Yeah, that's a good point. It's like they could have been each other's support. And it drives them further apart, and to Faramir's almost death and to Denethor's death instead. It looks so much nicer now that I can, like, make a distinction of the layers in his hair. Otherwise, it's just this mess of lines. Oop, nope, that was not it. If you could change the outcome of one LOTR character's story, whose would it be? It's a good question. See, the thing is, when you change one thing, there's always, like, there's always the butterfly effect, right? You change so many other things. I can say, okay, well, if I had to pick one, I wish Frodo could have stayed in the Shire. Like, I really wish that even with everything that happened to him, he could have been able to stay and find, you know, some peace there. Hang out with the Gamgees. And even if not, even if he wouldn't have been, you know, entirely happy, because it's always really, really difficult, dealing with mental illness and stuff like that. Even if some days could have been hard, I wish he could have stayed, and just been a part of their lives. Tarva says probably Gollum. I don't like him, but he really did not have a good ending. That's true, yeah. Like, Gollum was a victim of things that were way, way bigger than him. I think it might have helped Frodo to have someone else ring corrupted around as a sort of support group. Yeah. Like, of course, the concept of Frodo and Gollum sitting in uncomfortable metal folding chairs in a 12-step meeting is funnier than it should be. But in general, yeah. Frodo and Gollum in a support group. Boromir at least got to die heroic and as a result of his own actions. Yeah. Frodo's tragic. I wouldn't change it narratively, but it is, yeah. I think that's darker than I want for his skin tone. Okay, we'll do a different shadow layer for his skin, I think. But I think we will put a dot right there. Who else? Theoden's like Boromir. Like, it's sad that he died, but also he went out really well. Who else is there? Maybe Elrond? Yeah, he's got to have all kinds of survivor's guilt, right? Hi, Meg. Welcome back. We're talking about which Lord of the Ring characters. If you could change one character's fate in Lord of the Rings, whose would you change? Not so much because of what he went through in Lord of the Rings, but what he went through before. He deserved better. Yeah, totally. Like when I say he has survivor's guilt, I'm talking about stuff that happened in the Silmarillion, stuff that happened with his wife, all that. Gollum definitely died as a result of his actions, I'd argue, but he was so close to changing, and that shows that anyone can be redeemed no matter what. Exactly. There's such a big theme of redemption in the story, and, like, even if people choose to reject it, like, redemption is always extended to them, which is just awesome. It's an amazing theme. Tarva's getting Meg up to speed. How long would Gollum live without the ring? Good question. I think the reason I kind of feel bad for Gollum is because of the aforementioned cliffside situation. If we're going in that direction, Celebrian, she would have had no impact on the story, but it would have made Elrond happy, and that's what's important. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I don't know much about her, but pretty much everything I know about her is Elrond's wife and tragic. Tortured by elves and never recovered. Tortured by elves. Well, I guess, in a way, tortured by orcs. Tortured by corrupted elves. And never recovered. So she had to go away to Valinor. I would have liked to see Grima redeemed. Without Saruman's influence, he had a chance, but he didn't live long enough to be better. That's a good one. Honestly, I mentioned it in my chapter review. It was really striking to me that when they first met Saruman and Wormtongue on the road, before they got to Rivendell, they extended, an invitation to Wormtongue to leave Saruman. Like, Gandalf basically told him, leave him. And I guess Wormtongue was just too scared to. Like, he refused. He was given the choice. And Gandalf was right there, and they would have helped him. They all would have helped him. But he refused. He literally looked redemption in the face and said no. Which is just fascinating and tragic. I'm seeing a sort of theme here about the characters who almost got redemption but didn't, except Denethor, he had it coming, lol. I know certain parts of the fandom who would disagree with you, Tarva, but I am not in them. Denethor was tragic too. A tragic jerk, yes, but I do pity him. Yeah, that's pretty much how it boils down, right? He was tragic, but he had a chance to become less of a jerk, like Theoden, but didn't take it. Yeah, that's true. Theoden and Denethor are kind of foils to each other, I guess. Maybe that's obvious. I don't know. Theoden and Denethor really started out much more similar in the book versus the movie. Yeah. Yeah, I remember being kind of surprised at how crotchety Theoden was in the book. I hadn't remembered that. The emission of the Palantir. Yeah, that's the thing. Because if you don't have the Palantir, then Denethor is just becoming all that unhinged on his own. It's not like Sauron is messing with his mind or anything through a evil device, He's just like that. I missed the Palantir when I first read the book. I was too horrified by all the fire going on to notice it. Fair enough. I definitely didn't catch it on the first read through either, but that's because I was a kid and I was bored with all of the political intrigue in the human kingdoms. Wanted to get back to the hobbits. It would have really only taken a second or two to show. I think you were missing a word there, Tarva. Like Saruman's Palantir during Gandalf's visit to Isengard. Yeah. Just zoom in on a tower in the Citadel with a weird light coming through the window, and then there's a quick shot of a Palantir sitting on a table in the middle of the room, and ominous music plays, and then cut to something else. I could have done that. If Denethor wasn't a wise and noble leader, there's no way Gondor would be as strong as it is, or Boromir would respect him that much. Yeah, that's true. He was great at first. And that's the tragedy of it, I think. Like, as fun as it is to hate on Denethor for the meme, like, I'm getting much more of a sense of that. Yeah, of the tragic side of him, the good side of him that was lost. Like, because of this read-through. A second or two to show the Palantir. Like the bit with. Okay, that makes sense. His issues are much subtler and more reasonable in the book. Yeah. Pippin even notes that he looks wiser, more powerful than Gandalf, which is interesting. True. And he also notes that Denethor looks a lot like Aragorn, which I think is very funny and something that maybe the movies could have linked into, but I don't know. It's easier to have a bad guy with a punchable face, I guess. Hi, Lily. Welcome back. Denethor was very tragic, but he despaired and wouldn't let anyone else have hope. Like, forget what he was like himself, he was dragging everyone else with him. That's true. Yeah, he didn't even encourage the people who did have hope. He was just like, I have decided that we are all doomed. And you are dumb for having any hope otherwise. The entire Minas Tirith chapter is so good, it tells us so much, and also Baragon a burglar there! Yay! Husband! Woohoo! What do I want to do? It's a little better. Okay. I think that does it for that. And now we'll do one more layer. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Where do I sign to join the Baragon fan club? You're already in it, friend. If you are a self-proclaimed Baragon fan, you are in the Baragon fan club. That's the way this works. Listen to Meg. She knows what she's talking about. If he had just been moody by himself, he would have let it slide. That's what Theoden was like, but Theoden let others take steps and sort of went along with it and actually made a minimal effort. That's true. Like, people can help you, but at some point you do have to do something to help yourself. Stray pixels. Are there any others? Yes, there are. Of course there are. They're always hiding in these teeny, teeny, tiny little... I can imagine Denethor being like, I'm just being realistic. Yeah, that was his whole thing. Somebody else made a post once about the two different kinds of... two different words for hope in Elvish. And there's one that's pragmatic hope, like you can reasonably assume that this is going to turn out well. And then the other one is kind of foolish hope, hope without a cause. And that's Estelle, which is Aragorn's Elvish name, obviously. And the whole point is that people like Saruman and Denethor had pragmatic hope. They were like, oh yeah, Saruman had the pragmatic hope of, if I join this super powerful person, then maybe he won't kill me, and I will have a chance at being powerful along with him. And then Denethor had the flip side of that, is there is no reasonable... There's no way to assume within logic and reason that this turns out well for us. So, instead, I'm just going to despair, because it doesn't make any sense to hope. And then all the other characters, all the heroes, all the people who went out and actually did stuff, are the ones that had that foolish hope. Tarva says, I can be very pessimistic myself about my own situation, but I don't try to force others around me to also be pessimistic in theirs. Yeah. I know how pessimistic you can be. But yeah, you don't want to force despair on other people. Goodness gracious, there's enough of it naturally. I think part of it is a cultural difference too. Theoden and Denethor are different leaders with different systems. Rohan is Anglo-Saxon, Denethor is more Norman or even Roman. That's a good thought. And I'm not the leader of the biggest free kingdom in the world. There is that. Amdir and Estelle. Cool, thanks. Rohirrim being like blood and glory and death. Why, when I say a heart, it deletes everything I sent before it? That's weird. I listened to a whole talk about that by the Tolkien professor on Mythgard Academy. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, and it plays into, like when I was given the word hope for the Ask game, and I basically said, like, Lord of the Rings isn't a story about hope, it's about a story about what you do when there is no hope. Like, that's kind of what I'm talking about. When you have no reasonable... You have no reason to assume that this turns out well for you. But you choose to keep going anyway. I know it was one of the Exploring the Lord of the Rings episodes. Cool. Oh, my phone's trying to run away. I think that's a bit too dark. Come on. Okay, there we go. I find it interesting that Gondor, which is more quote-unquote civilized than Rohan, still has heathen roots, to which Denethor turns to when he finally succumbs to despair. Yeah. No problem about the typos. We'll figure it out. Should I say something original on this chat? I love Lord of the Rings so much, you guys. I mean, isn't that why we're all here? Hi, Morgan. Welcome back. It's lighter. Okay. Maybe this? No. 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 I think. Thanks, Meg. Currently trying to find a good shadow color here. Maybe? Too saturated. Take it down a bit. Oh, no. Not purple. Maybe? Maybe? Have you had water in the last 30 minutes? Thanks for reminding me. I have a cup right here. Personally, I think Boromir is more similar to Theoden than Denethor. He went, wow, we're all about to die. Let's go down kicking and screaming. Maybe, hey, maybe that's why Denethor and Boromir got along so well. Because Denethor will give in when the fight's stacked against him, but Boromir's like, nah, man, we're going to keep going. And then that kind of keeps Denethor's faith up. I don't know. Because it is mentioned that, like, one of the reasons Denethor liked Boromir so much is probably because he was so different from him. Okay, right now it looks like he has a bruised eye, but I bet if I bring the opacity down... Opacity? Opacity? My dad corrected me on how to say that the other day, and now I forget what it is. That's it. That's what I'm going for. Sweet. Great. A small section of the appendices that made it very clear that Boromir and Faramir loved each other very much. That might have something to do with Denethor being more like Aragorn than Boromir. And didn't Boromir get along better with Rohan? That's a good point. I want to picture Boromir saying that now. A few little hints of Faramir being more like Denethor and Boromir being nothing like him. Yeah. Remember today, little brother. Today, life is good. That's another good scene in the movies that, like, gave the characters so much personality. When Theoden said the young perish and the old linger, he was not only referring to Theodred, but to Boromir. Yeah! That was something that I noticed in the books, is that Rohan, or at least Theoden, is extremely saddened to hear that Boromir's dead. And it's like, oh yeah, that's right. Like, Gondor and Rohan are sister countries. And... you know, one hero of the race of men is a hero for all the race of men. And to hear that he's gone is just, like, such a huge blow, to, not only to Gondor, but to Rohan, too. Mood, I can't pronounce words either. Thanks. Glad to hear I'm not alone. How do I... eyelids. You know what? Too much underneath the eye, or it looks like he's got, like, serious dark circles going on. Yeah, we're kind of talking about the Gondor dudes in general. Boromir, Theoden, Faramir. And then afterwards, again, when Boromir rides away, remember today, little brother. Yeah. Ouch. It is time for crying about Boromir again. Okay, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Maybe just a little bit. Okay, that's good. Oh, what's your headcanon for Baragon's eye color? And then Tarva says, I always just guess that Baragon has gray eyes like everybody else in the books. I mean, that's the most elvish eye color, right? Why not? Although for selfish reasons, I would like him to have brown eyes, just saying. Oopsie. They took the little ones. Stop. Stop it. If I do this, and like have most of his face in at least a little bit of shadow. I think I have more appreciation for Boromir now than I used to when I first saw the movies. Yeah, for sure. He would be gorgeous either way. Heck yeah, he would. Gray eyes are a pretty Numenorean trait, though, so on non-royalty would be just as likely to have something else. Baragon can have brown eyes as a treat. Yay! Okay, we're gonna move beard layer on top of skin. Yeah, on top of the skin shadow layer. Is that the beard? It is the beard, isn't it? Hang on. I would have followed you, my brother, my captain, my king is one of the best movie additions. Truth. Maybe why Pippin trusts him so much. Hobbits have brown eyes. Aww. Pippin looked at him and went, wow, a tall hobbit. That's so sweet. I love it. He's like, ooh, brown eyes after all the blue and gray eyes he's seen in his travels so far. Oh, I love that so much. It's finally something that feels like home. And that's so perfect when he was like, I wish I had a friend. And then here comes somebody that looks like somebody from home. Somebody that he would have called a friend back home. I love that. Also, he has dad vibes. Exactly. So just all these teeny tiny little things that makes Pippin go, oh, I can trust you. In my dumb pirate parody, Aragorn was called Captain My King. That's cute. I like that. Even Gandalf had blue eyes. Yeah, yeah. Ever never seen Born of Hope, that fan film that had a huge production? I have not. That's kind of interesting. And Pippin needs a dad, true. He needs an adult. He just needs an adult constantly. Okay, now I'm really curious about this Born of Hope thing. Pippin being adopted by Varagon was one of the best things about your arts from these chapters. Yay! It was one of the best things in the book. That's why I had to draw it. Do I like the connected shadow? I do like the connected shadow. I'm going to keep it. Tiny Aragorn, what? I'm very curious. Very, very, very curious. Morgan and I are both like, what? Yeah, I was wondering if that... Yeah, okay. It makes sense that it's about Aragorn, for sure. Pippin trusting Baragon's appearance reminds me of how Sauron changes his form to appeal to every race he deceives. What would Sauron have looked like if he ever thought to appear to hobbits? Fat. Which is the funniest thing. Do you think Sauron would even, like, stoop to that level? Would he allow himself to become a pudgy hobbit? Like, honestly. Oh, okay, there's so much going on right now. Has anyone ever asked if you're, like, trained in art? Did you learn how to draw just for fun? I did learn how to draw just for fun. I took an art class, but it had nothing to do with the kind of art that I do right now. Sauron doesn't know what hobbits are even like, so he'd be like Santa Claus or something and go close enough, pretty much. It's about Aragorn's parents. Halbrand even appears for a minute. Oh, man. I am very curious now. Maybe not that much, but just a little bit. Just a bit. Just... Okay, yeah, the more shadow I have around his face, the more shadow I can afford to put on his eyes. Born of Hope won the 2010 London Independent Film Festival in the category Best Micro-Budget Feature. Cool. Okay, let's try... half like that. Hobbits are less suspicious of elves than of humans, so I guess Sauron would have looked like a less dramatic elf. Ethereal but close to nature. Here, my children, here's food and some rings. Maybe? I mean, that is true. He wouldn't be able to get away with, like, pretending he has been there all along because it's the Shire. Everybody knows everybody, at least in Hobbiton. So, yeah, he would have to... He would have to be something that's clearly foreign, but, like, trustworthy. There's so many different conversations happening at once now. Probably shorter than typical elf. That would make sense. Less intimidating. Sauron presents them with, like, a King's Day cake, food with rings inside, like in Tolkien's story Smith from Moot and Major. I've never read that. This chat is going to be so full of things that I just have to, like, go back and look through for just recommendations of new stuff to watch and listen to. Plot twist, Tom Bombadil is Sauron trying very hard not to be scary and kind of failing because Tom Bombadil's terrifying. Like in a what the heck are you kind of way. Smith, my beloved. I would love to spend a month or so in the Shire. Just get to know all the local lore and eat food. I would like to live in the Shire. I was just about to say that, Tom being terrifying. Yeah. Who are you, Tom Bombadil? Sauron sweating. I'm the oldest. Totally not suspicious at all. Nope. Tom is Tom. I mean, he was able to put on the ring with no problems. Of course, there's no way Tom Bombadil is actually Sauron, because that would be ridiculous, but we could probably create a tinfoil hat theory. Sauron came up with the name and a costume and didn't realize that hobbits are going to ask him for his entire backstory and family tree. We all know that kind of D&D player. Frodo, you must read Tales from the Perilous Realm sometime, a collection of Tolkien's short stories and poems. Leaf by Nigel got me crying, and also there's a poem by Sam about a friendly troll that cooks food. It's so cute. Ah! More recommendations! More recommendations on the pile. There's a crack theory that Tom is Morgoth trying to make up for his sins. Dude. Leaf by Nigel is actually my favorite thing that Tolkien wrote, I think. Aw. You know what? I think I've heard that name before, but I haven't read it. Morgoth, no. If you want Frodo angst, I think the poem Frodo's Dream is in there as well. In the book that we're talking about, written by Tolkien. I suspect that Leaf by Nigel was a subtle and depressed autobiography. Okay, what? It's funny, but it's a subtle and depressed autobiography. Leaf by Nigel strikes at anyone who thinks they're wasting their life, and also for anyone who makes art, and for anyone who's alive right now, so yeah, basically anyone. Ah. I might have to look into this. I mean, I keep saying that, but eh. There are different degrees of I might have to look into this. There's, oh, that sounds interesting, and then there's, I have to get this. And this is somewhere in between. I was going to make a fanfic about Frodo's dream once. Why is it spelled D-R-E-M-E? Is that on purpose? Tolkien was an Old English fanboy and ignored spelling as a result. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because at first I was like, is that a typo? And then I thought, well, it could be an old spelling. That makes sense. Your girl Anna dropping in to say hi. Hey! How are ya? Now wait, which Anna is it? Is it Hobbit Lana or is it Hockey Anna? And now I'm curious because Leaf by Nickel was introduced as it made me laugh, and now everybody's like, oh man, it's so haunting and depressing and changed my life forever. And now I'm like, what? How can it be both those things? You know, my fingers shake and I heard Awaken a Ding Within by Harper Barb. Ah, yay! Hockey Anna! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sorry if I sound tired. I'm a little bit under the weather. Do you remember me forcing you to read Children of Hurin and what happened when Saros Sarosed? Yes, of course I do. Why? Tolkien did not hold himself. Oh, okay. Like, it has some really funny lines, but the ending, I got choked up just thinking about it. Okay. Saros equals repressed childhood memories. Okay, I have the opacity at 41. And now he looks sunburnt. LOL. $41. Maybe just 40. Think. Perfect. Let's put this on a pallet so we don't lose it. Nope. Aw, thank you. Thank you, Estelle. Am I spending way too long on it because the shade? Am I spending way too long on the shading and all that because it's for my husband? Maybe. Yes, okay. Do I wanna? Nah. I've been sick for 4 days, so I hope that doesn't happen to you. I can finally talk again and made it to church today, so that's good. Yeah, that's awesome. I remember you said you were feeling really under the weather in that call. The voice message you sent me. Sorry I didn't respond to that in full, by the way. I hope you're having a lot of fun with your Star Wars fanfics. Are you gonna frame him on your wall? I mean, maybe. Maybe it's a really good drawing. I'm pretty proud of it. Don't see why not. Maybe not that much. Wait. Okay. There. You could sell tiny lockets with this print inside of it for the Baragon fan club. There's an idea. Ooh, I could turn it into a button. I wonder if... Because I'm thinking of doing the whole shop on Redbubble. And so I wonder if Redbubble has, like, pins. That'd be perfect. And then you could just, like... You could have this picture, and then it says, like, member of the Baragon fan club. That'd be perfect. You can put it in the store, and then we can all frame him on our wall. Yes! That's the plan. Like a dark mole groping, I went to the ground, falling on my knees, crawling with eyes blind and my back bent. Frodo's dream. Whew. Redbubble does do pins. Excellent. Excellent. I know what we're doing with this art then. Would 100% buy a Baragon fan club member pin. Excellent. That's what we're doing with this then. I won't need the hearts in that case. Because it's probably just going to be like his face and then a circle. Like a circular pin. Okay. Okay. We have plans now. We have plans. What am I thinking? What am I doing? Oh yeah, that's right. I'll be popping in and out as you reach up some more Star Wars stuff. Like, I can't just have fun. I I mean, you're having fun with two different things, right? You're doing the Star Wars stuff for fun, and you're listening to this for fun. Mrs. Glasses, do we have permission to screenshot him and use him as the Discord profile? Sure, why not? Heck, I'm probably going to post this on Tumblr later so you can have, like, a nice, clean... Like, you don't have to screenshot it. You can just download it from there. Yeah, okay, we'll go with that. My pleasure, Meg. Okay, so in that case, we don't need those. Meg says, oh, he's so beautiful and happy. Yes. Whoopsie. Let's not cut into his hair here. Man, I'm hungry now. What time is it? Oh! Yeah, it's dinner time. I can kind of hear people. I wonder if we have dinner already. Aragon's face when Aragon promotes him after the initial shock. True! Yup. It's okay. Don't worry, I hope he doesn't mind if his name is a bit misspelled. There he is. Aragon after seeing his son. Yes! Accurate! Okay, guys, I'm gonna go downstairs real quick and, oh, sweet. It's soup! We got soup today! Get some food if you're hungry. Hop, it's neither sustenance. I was just about to. I'm gonna go, grab it and bring it up. And, we can still hang out. That's alright with you guys. Just a second.